You know that feeling when a building is too quiet, not peaceful, not calm, just wrong. Like the walls are holding their breath, waiting for you to make the first mistake. 10 years ago, I broke into an abandoned middle school in North Jersey with 3 of my friends. We thought it was going to be another night of graffiti fireworks on the roof and stupid pictures for Instagram. The place had been shut down for years. No lights, no guards, no cameras. Just a dead building and 4 idiots with flashlights. At first, it was fun. We laughed, we tagged walls, we joked about the creepy drawings in the basement. But the deeper we went, the quieter it got. The air felt heavier. Every hallway looked the same. And then we realized something that still makes my skin crawl to think about. We weren't alone in there. We heard footsteps above us running when we ran. Doors slamming somewhere down the hall, cutting off the paths we hadn't even taken yet. And then, in the middle of that maze of dark classrooms and broken lockers, someone started hissing at us from the shadows like they already knew every exit in that building, and they'd been waiting a long time for someone to walk back in. This is the story of that night and why I'm starting to think we never really got out. 1.1 Present-day confession. I am not sure how people usually start these things. Most of the stories I hear on your channel open with something dramatic. A scream in the night, a car accident, a childhood trauma. Mine starts with beige siding, cheap laminate flooring, and an HOA email about trash bins being left out too long. I am in my 30s now. I live in a townhouse complex in North Jersey that looks exactly like every other townhouse complex in North Jersey. Beige vinyl siding, white trim, tiny patches of grass that pretend to be lawns. The parking lot is striped so neatly, it looks like someone measured it with a ruler. They repaint the lines every spring, and the HOA sends out an email about how we should be grateful for our shared community standards. It is 11:47 p.m. as I am typing this. I only know that because the little numbers on the bottom right corner of my laptop screen keep catching my eye. The rest of the place is dim. I am sitting at my kitchen table, the cheap kind you get off Wayfair with one overhead light on. The fridge behind me hums in these uneven cycles, loud for a few seconds, then quiet. The AC kicks on every so often with a sigh that makes the thin walls tick as they expand. Through the closed windows, I can hear the faint whoosh of cars on the loop road that wraps around the complex, which wraps around the retention pond, which wraps around whatever is left of my ability to pretend I am not scared. I am writing this to you, to your channel, because I do not know what else to do with it. I am not asking for sympathy. I am not trying to go viral. I am not even convinced that anyone will believe me, and honestly, I would not blame you if you did not. What I want, if I am being completely honest, is something stupidly simple. I want this story to exist somewhere outside my head and outside these 4 walls. I want it to be on a server somewhere that does not belong to my HOA. I want there to be a record so that if anything ever escalates, someone can at least say, "He tried to tell us." For years, I have tried to rationalize what happened. That is what you do when you get older, I guess. You take all the things that scared the hell out of you in your 20s, and you wrap them in words like reckless stupid, and we were asking for it. You tell yourself, you misheard, missaw, misremembered. You blame the dark, the dust, the adrenaline. You blame your friends. You blame yourself. You do not blame the building. But lately, I am starting to think the building did not stay where we left it. Or maybe we did not leave as cleanly as we thought. That will make more sense later. For now, I should tell you about the emails. Living here means living in your inbox. Every minor thing becomes a community update. Someone did not pick up after their dog email. Someone left a broken chair by the dumpster instead of scheduling bulk pickup email. Snow is in the forecast in January, which, believe it or not, is not a surprise, in New Jersey email with 3 exclamation points reminding us to move our cars so the plows can get through. In the last few months, though, the subject lines have changed. Minor vandalism, north lot. Unidentified individuals near retention pond. Unauthorized activity after dark. Please be vigilant. The tone is always the same sterile calm, like nothing is really wrong as long as we all remember the rules and pay our dues on time. But the attached photos tell a different story. They are security camera stills, grainy infrared shots of corners of our perfect little beige world. A wall behind the north parking lot, the concrete lip of the retention pond, the sidewalk that runs between the dumpsters and the mailboxes. And lately, on those walls, there is a shape. I am not going to describe it fully yet. I do not think I can do it without feeling like I am pulling something closer. For now, I will just say, it is a familiar shape. I have seen it before, in a place that should have stayed a bad memory. And now, I am seeing crooked, less confident versions of it sprayed on stucco within walking distance of my front door. Every time I scroll past one of those photos, my stomach rolls, like I am back in that hallway again, and my eyes keep finding the edges of the lines, even when I look away. While I am typing this, my apartment keeps reminding me that it is not actually quiet. The ice maker in the freezer drops a cluster of cubes into the tray with a dull clatter that makes me jump, even though it does this every night. The AC clicks off and the ductwork ticks as it cools little metallic pings inside the walls. Somewhere outside, a car door slams sharp and hollow, followed by the faint beep of a lock and the crunch of gravel. It is all completely normal everyday noise, the kind of soundscape you stop noticing after a few months of living alone. Tonight, I notice everything. Every time something shifts in the building, someone walks up the shared staircase, someone closes their bathroom door, someone flushes a toilet. I glance automatically at my front door. There is a chain on it, one of those cheap brass ones you install yourself with 4 screws, and a manual that pretends it will actually stop anyone determined. I keep checking that it is engaged, even though I can clearly see from here that it is. I realize this sounds more like the setup to a story about a stalker ex or a bad neighbor than anything supernatural. Good. I am fine with that. I would love for this to just be about some creep with too much free time. That is the version of the world that makes sense. But that is not what this is about. This is about the last time I went inside an abandoned building. It was more than a decade ago, long before I could afford appliances that hum and ice makers that drop and HOA fees that feel like extortion. It was before I had a job that required business casual and a spine that complains every time I bend wrong. I was a different person then. The kind of person who thought climbing through a hole in a chain link fence at midnight with a flashlight and a backpack full of spray paint was the best possible way to spend a Saturday night. This story is about that night. It is also about why I am starting to think I never really left that building, even though my feet absolutely carried me out of it and back into a car and back to a different apartment, and then eventually here to this beige box with a view of a retention pond and a parking lot that is apparently interesting enough for someone to stand in at 11:39 p.m. As I type that, a little notification bubble pops up in the corner of my screen. New email. Sender community safety. Do not reply. Subject line. Camera. Alert. Unidentified. Individuals. North Lot. 11:39 p.m. The timestamp shows it arrived 2 minutes ago. I stare at it for a long moment. The fridge humming behind me. The AC silent. For once, the whole townhouse holding its breath like that school hallway did. Part of me wants to click it open right away. Another part of me already knows, in that bone-deep way, you know, when the power is about to go out in a storm, that whatever is in that attachment is only going to make this harder to ignore. So I flag it, mentally, let the little envelope icon sit there in the corner of my vision like an eye, and I scroll instead to the top of this page. If I am going to tell you this, I have to start at the beginning. 1.2. The years when we broke into dead buildings for fun. Back when I was 20, my world was a lot smaller and felt a lot bigger at the same time. Smaller because it was basically a strip of North Jersey tied together by bus routes, gas prices, and which places would still serve breakfast at 11 p.m. Bigger because at that age, you still think anything that happens after midnight is some kind of secret the rest of the world isn't invited to. I lived off Bloomfield Ave back then in a peeling 3-story house that had been chopped into apartments in a way no architect would ever admit to. My room was basically a long closet with a window. The radiator hissed in the winter and did nothing in the summer. I split the place with my roommate Dylan and whatever roaches came up from the downstairs deli. My jobs were the kind you only remember because of the uniform. For a while, I was stocking shelves at Target red shirt name tag that never sat straight. Before that, I unloaded trucks at a grocery store off Route 3, the kind of place where you learn the exact sound of a pallet jack hitting a bad patch of concrete at 4 in the morning. For a couple of months, I worked nights at a gas station, watching semi-headlights smear across the damp asphalt, selling coffee and cigarettes to people who looked like they had made every bad decision I was still warming up to. On paper, it was nothing. Minimum wage, shared rent, nothing in savings but a jar of loose change. But every night felt charged. You could finish a shift at midnight, swipe your time card, and the whole rest of the dark was just open. That is where Marcus came in. Marcus had a car, and at that age, that made him gravity. It was a silver Civic that had probably been nice once before the dents and the peeling clear coat and the layer of Dunkin' iced coffee cups in the back seat. The inside smelled like vape juice, stale fries, and cheap cologne. The bass rattled when you turned it up too high, and the passenger door made a hollow clunk when you shut it. He was a graffiti nerd the way some people are sports nerds. He knew who had painted what under which overpass, which tags were old, which crews were beefing. He would drive past some filthy, forgotten retaining wall and light up like he was looking at the Mona Lisa. "That's Jace," he would say. Or, "Yo, that's Kelt's old throw." Dude's a legend. Dylan was my roommate and my built-in voice of reason, at least in theory. He was sarcastic by default, the kind of guy who would watch a Final Destination movie and then insist on checking the brakes on his car before driving home. He was also the one who always said, "This is exactly how horror movies start right before getting in the Civic anyway." Then there was Rizzo. He was the youngest, still technically 19, when we started going out at night. All elbows and angles and nervous energy. He loved fireworks in a way that probably put him on a list somewhere. Bottle rockets, Roman candles, little firecrackers that sounded like gunshots in tight spaces. If there was a stupid dare hanging in the air, He would always be the first one to jump up and volunteer to do it grinning, like he had something to prove. And then there was me. If you had asked me back then, I would have said I was the rational one, the observer, the one who checked the fences for loose spots and watched for cameras and listened for approaching engines while everyone else was laughing. But if I am being honest, the truth is uglier. I was just as addicted as they were. Not to the paint, or the photos, or the bragging rights, but to that moment when you slip through a gap in a fence or a half-open door and the world changes. When the hum of traffic fades and your footsteps sound too loud and you realize you are somewhere you are not supposed to be. That feeling is a drug. We started small. There was an abandoned factory near the Passaic River brick shell with broken windows and a roof that sagged like it was tired of its own weight. Inside, there were rusted metal walkways, graffiti layered 6 or 7 pieces, deep puddles of stagnant water that smelled like sickness. We walked through beams of light, falling from holes in the ceiling dust, moving in them like slow snow. Our flashlights would catch someone else's tag, and Marcus would stop and point and lecture, and for a few minutes it felt less like trespassing and more like a tour. There was a dead mall out near where the highway split too. Half the neon signs still lit up at night, flickering the name of a place nobody shopped at anymore. We found a side door, propped open by a brick, and slipped inside to a world of empty storefronts and echoing escalators that did not move. One of the last nights we went there, we heard keys jangling and the low murmur of walkie-talkies. We ducked behind an overturned kiosk and watched 2 security guards walk past their radios, crackling with static and lazy conversation. One of them stopped and shined his flashlight across the marble floor, just a few feet from our shoes. We held our breath so hard it hurt. They moved on. We laughed about it later like idiots. There was an office park whose tenants had all fled years before the signs came down. Inside, every cubicle still had a chair, some with cracked computer monitors, some with faded post-it notes curling on the walls. Someone had sprayed a huge "closed for good" across the main lobby glass from the inside. We took pictures of each other pretending to type on dead keyboards. The carpet muffled our steps made everything feel strangely intimate, like we were walking through someone's unfinished thoughts. The soundtrack to all of it was always the same. The low rumble of trap beats leaking from the Civic's abused speakers as we cruised the highway, looking for the next spot. The high, dry clack of spray cans as Marcus shook them in his lap ball bearing rattling in a little metal storm. The crunch of broken glass under our shoes, echoing off tile and concrete. The wind moaning through broken windows. Our own voices bouncing back at us in empty stairwells. We had a couple of close calls that should have scared us straight. One night at the factory, we misjudged the time and were still inside when the early shift for a nearby warehouse started. We heard a truck back up somewhere. We did not expect it, to the high whine of its reverse alarm bouncing weirdly down the corridors. Then came the sound of a door opening and male voices, one of them saying, "I know I saw a light in here." We killed our flashlights and moved by memory palms, skimming cold concrete hearts pounding. We managed to slip out a side door and drop down behind a scrubby patch of bushes, just as a guy with a flashlight swept the area where we had been standing. Lying there in the dirt, smelling diesel and damp, we grinned at each other like we had won something. Another time at the mall, we heard the unmistakable squawk of a police radio instead of a security one. There is a tone to it, a certain seriousness. We hid in the back room of a former shoe store behind rows of empty metal shelves. Through the slats, we watched two cops walk past the open door, their belts heavy with gear, their radios muttering codes we did not understand. We waited until our legs were numb before we moved again. Later in the car, Dylan said, "That's it, I'm done. Next time I'm staying home." He was the one texting us the following weekend asking what time we were meeting up. Somewhere in the middle of all those nights, the school started showing up. It was just a name at first. On a forum thread, Marcus sent in a group chat with way too much enthusiasm. Northfield Middle, the title said. The replies called it other things that cursed middle school the old Northfield, that place you don't go after dark. There were photos. Grainy shots of long hallways lined with lockers, all with their doors hanging open like mouths. An auditorium with seats torn out in jagged patches, and a stage where the ceiling had partially collapsed, letting a stream of moonlight cut across dust and debris. A science lab with green countertops and overturned stools, someone's tag dripping down the wall in thick letters. The comments were the usual mix at first. People asking for entry points, people flexing about how they had been there before they boarded it up, more people complaining about increased police patrols. But buried in the middle were stories that did not match the usual urbex bravado. "Don't go at night," one user wrote. "Locals say people still use it for weird stuff." "Went once after midnight," another said. "Heard voices. Not teenagers, not drunk. Just wrong. Something's off in there. I'm not being dramatic. Just trust me." Marcus sent screenshots of the best tags in the photos, excited like a kid in a candy store. "Yo, look at this piece on the back wall," he texted. "Graffiti gold mine. Auditorium is insane. We gotta hit it before they tear it down." He said, half joking, that we might catch some satanic TikTok kids doing rituals in the basement and get good video out of it. Rizzo loved that idea. Dylan rolled his eyes and said, "This is literally the first 10 minutes of everyone's last night on Earth." But he kept scrolling the photos all the same. The truth is, we were all hooked before we even saw the place in person. There was something uniquely messed up about a school sitting empty like that. Factories and malls are supposed to die in a way, kids are not. The soundtrack for those planning nights was just the Civic again, engine whining as we cruised past other people's lives. Bass low enough not to attract attention, wind buffeting the side windows as we drove down 21 or cut across side streets. The clack of spray cans in Marcus's trunk, the crunch of glass when we pulled into some forgotten lot to share a smoke and argue about which spot to hit next. We went back and forth on the school for weeks. Too hot, too risky, too far. Worth it, a must-see, a legend, the usual arguments. Finally, on a Thursday night sitting in a diner with greasy menus and bottomless coffee, Marcus said, "Saturday, we go to the school. No more talking about it." Everyone nodded. It felt like setting a date for something bigger than another break-in. Like we had just signed a contract none of us had read carefully enough. I did not tell them that I had already tried to go there once. It was months earlier, on a gray afternoon with a different friend who is not really part of my life anymore. We had driven past the school in broad daylight, parked across the street, and just sat there looking at it. Even then, with the sun still up and kids' bikes leaning against nearby porches, the building looked wrong, heavy, like it did not want to be looked at. We had just opened our doors to get out when a police car rolled past in the opposite lane, slow, the officer's eyes flicking from the road to us, to the school, and back again. At the same time, a man on the far sidewalk stopped walking and just stared at us Not angry, not curious. More like he was waiting to see what choice we were going to make. We got back in the car and left. No discussion, no macho talk. We just drove away. I never mentioned that to Marcus or Dylan or Rizzo. When they said Saturday, I nodded like it would be my first time seeing the place up close. I guess in some ways it was. Whatever I brushed up against that afternoon was nothing compared to what was waiting for us once the sun went down. 1.3, the drive toward a building that should not still be standing. The night we finally went to the school did not feel special at first. It felt like every other late August night in North Jersey. The air thick enough to sit on your shoulders, the day's heat still stuck to the pavement hours after the sun dipped. By the time Marcus pulled up outside my building, the sky above Route 46 was that particular dirty purple you only get here. Streetlights and strip mall signs staining the clouds from below. No real stars, just a faint, smeared glow. I slid into the back seat of the Civic, pushing aside an empty Dunkin' cup with a lipstick mark that did not belong to any of us. The upholstery was ripped along the seam, yellow foam bulging out like the car had its own hernia. A dead air freshener shaped like a little pine tree swung lazily from the rearview mirror, long since given up on masking the smell of vape juice sweat and old fast food. The cup holders were sticky from spilled energy drinks, and there was a smear of something fluorescent green on the center console that none of us had ever been brave enough to investigate. Rizzo was already in the back on the other side, knees bouncing, hoodie sleeves pushed up. He had that twitchy excitement he always got when we were about to do something dumb and nocturnal. Tonight, he said, grinning at me as Marcus pulled away from the curb. Roof fireworks at a middle school. Peak life choices. From the front passenger seat, Dylan snorted. Yeah, he said. Real healthy coping mechanisms. You know, some of that asbestos is probably still alive in there, right? Marcus flicked on his blinker with exaggerated calm, like he was chauffeuring a group to a wedding instead of to a boarded-up building. Relax, he said. We'll be in and out. Tag a wall, scare off some TikTok witches, go home. It's an abandoned middle school, not Chernobyl. Some generic Travis Scott or Drake track, hummed low. From the speakers, bass turned way down to avoid attracting attention. The beat was just enough to fill the silences between their jokes, the hi-hats blending with the sound of wind slipping through the unsealed window on my side. We passed the familiar stretch of strip malls that made up half my 20s. AutoZone, with its bright red sign buzzing a shuttered Payless with paper still taped to the windows years after it closed, a Walgreens half-lit like it could not decide if it was open or not. Green highway signs glowed overhead, arrows pointing toward Patterson, Newark local traffic only. Billboards advertised injury lawyers with forced smile portraits. Call 1-800-WRECKED and casinos that were somehow both glitzy and depressing slot machines, frozen in mid-spin. Dylan kept tapping his fingers on his knee, half to the music, half to whatever anxiety rhythm was playing in his head. So for real, he said, what's the camera situation? You check Street View, Google Earth. Northfield is going to be crawling with nosy neighbors and bored cops. It's not like we're hitting some warehouse in the middle of nowhere. Marcus shrugged, eyes on the road. Forums say no active security. School district forgot it exists. Maybe some motion lights, maybe nothing. We go late. We stay away from the front doors. We're fine. And what about the weird stuff? Rizzo said from beside me, waggling his eyebrows. Rituals in the basement. Cloaks, candles. Human sacrifice. Ritual is you launching Roman candles off the roof and almost blowing your hand off, Marcus said. which, by the way, you're not doing near me. Rizzo patted his backpack in the footwell. They're the small ones, he said. Just enough to show the spirits who's boss. This is literally how the first act of a found footage movie starts, Dylan muttered. But there was no real heat behind it. If he had really been against it, he would not be in the car. The closer we got to the turnoff, the more the music seemed to fade into the background. Marcus turned it down another notch without saying anything. The air through the window felt heavier, the humidity flattening against my face when I leaned close to look out. When we finally took the exit and left the highway glow behind, the world went darker in that abrupt way that always feels wrong. The 4-lane traffic thinned to a 2-lane road lined with small houses and tired-looking trees. Porch lights dotted the distance like low artificial stars. Yo Rizzo said, after a few blocks, "Look." Up ahead, looming over a sagging chain-link fence, was the school. Even from the car, it had a presence. A big, dark bulk of brick and boarded windows, the edges of its roof line sharp against the sickly purple sky. The glass panels of what had once been the main entrance were all covered in sheets of plywood stained and tagged. A rusted sign in front still held the ghost of the school's name in raised metal letters, half missing, like a jaw with teeth knocked out. Marcus cut the headlights as we rolled past, letting the Civic coast for a moment. For that brief stretch, the only light came from a lone street lamp up the block that could not decide whether to stay on or off, flickering in fits that made the shadows jerk. The street itself was mostly dead. A couple of houses on the far side had their living room windows lit rectangles of warm yellow behind sheer curtains. Somewhere, a TV was clearly on. I could see the faint, frantic change of colors against a wall. The distant whine of the highway was still there if you listened for it, a faint, constant memory of movement. But on this block at this hour, everything felt paused. Marcus did not slow down until we were past the school and around the corner onto a residential side street. Here, the world snapped back to normal, like someone had flipped a switch. Minivans slept in driveways, their hoods catching the glow from the overhead lamps. Blue recycling bins and black trash cans sat neatly lined up by the curb, some with lids half open, showing white plastic bags inside. A dog barked from behind a wooden fence, sharp and repetitive, more bored than aggressive. Somewhere down the street, a porch light glowed over a set of concrete steps, illuminating a pair of abandoned sneakers and a plastic scooter tipped on its side. Marcus pulled up to the curb beneath a decent street lamp and killed the engine. The sudden quiet made my ears ring. For a second, we all just sat there, letting the car shudder itself still. The engine ticked as it cooled little metallic clicks under the hood. Outside, I could hear insects chattering, the buzz of the street lamp overhead, and faintly the mournful horn of a train far away. "Gear check," Dylan said, popping his seatbelt. On the sidewalk under the yellow cone of light, we looked less like a horror movie cast and more like kids about to make a bad decision. Dylan shrugged into his backpack and unzipped the top for us to see spray paint cans nested against one another, their caps rattling softly as he moved. A couple of Roman candles wrapped in a torn t-shirt, a cheap gas station lighter, 2 disposable dust masks he had grabbed for the asbestos as he kept reminding us. Marcus tucked his own smaller bag under his arm, the one with buff paint and fat caps. He looked different here in the quiet of the cul-de-sac than he had in the Civic, less loud, more focused. I pulled my flashlight from my pocket. It had real weight, a solid aluminum body that felt like a weapon and a tool at once. It had been stupidly expensive for what it was, but the first time I had turned it on in a dark stairwell and watched it carve the dark into clean shapes, I had decided it was worth it. I clicked it on now, just once, aiming the beam down at the sidewalk. The light was harsh and white, so bright it made the cracks in the concrete jump out in sharp relief. Ants froze for a second, caught in the glare before vanishing when I tilted it away. I clicked it off again quickly. There was no point in advertising ourselves yet. We started walking toward the corner sneakers, whispering on the pavement. The closer we got back to the main road, the more it felt like there were two different soundtracks playing at once. Behind us, the comfortable noises of a neighborhood at night air conditioners humming a TV laugh track slipping through an open window. The far-off murmur of someone talking on a porch. Ahead of us, something tighter, hollower. The dead weight of the school sucking sound out of the air before we had even reached it. We turned the corner, and there it was, again rising up behind the fence, like some tired, angry animal crouched behind bars. The chain link sagged in places rusted orange, where the coating had flaked off. Weeds had grown up along the base, tall enough in some spots to swallow the bottom diamond row completely. As we got closer to the perimeter, Dylan lowered his voice automatically, even though there was no one around to overhear. "We going in the same way as the forum picks?" he asked Marcus. "Near the north side where the fence dips." "Yeah," Marcus said. "Back by the field. Less street light. Nobody sees us." We moved along the sidewalk, the pool of the nearest street lamp shrinking behind us until it was just a pale patch in my peripheral vision. The houses fell away, replaced by the long blank side of the school property. The normal neighborhood sounds we had walked through seemed to drop off one by one. The dog barking faded. The garbage truck clattering somewhere blocks away turned into a memory. Even the insects sounded quieter here, their chorus thinning as we drew level with the dead building. That is when I saw the gap in the fence. At first, it just looked like a darker patch along the line of chain link, a place where the weeds were broken down. But as we got close enough for the light from the nearest street lamp to catch on metal, I saw it clearly. Someone had cut the fence. Not the old ragged kind of hole you see in forgotten lots, where kids have been working at it for years. This was clean. The vertical wires had been snipped in a neat rectangular section, the cut edges still almost shiny, where the metal showed through the gray coating. The whole flap of fencing had been bent back toward the school, held there by the weight of trampled grass. Right in front of the gap, in a small patch of mud where the sprinkler runoff had collected, there were footprints. They were darker than the surrounding dirt edges, still soft. The tread was clear. Too big to be mine, or Dylan's, or even Marcus's. They led from the sidewalk, side straight through the opening into the tall grass beyond. There were no prints coming back the other way. 2.1. Crossing the fence and stepping into silence. Up close, the footprints looked worse. You could see where the water had pooled and then been disturbed, the edges dark and soft, the tread clear enough that if I had known shoe brands better, I probably could have guessed the size. The mud around them was drying at the edges, cracking just a little, but the impressions themselves still had that slick sheen you only get when the ground has been stepped on not long ago. "Those aren't ours," Dylan said quietly, stating the obvious. His voice was already lower, like he had walked into a library without realizing it. Rizzo stepped around the patch, careful not to overlap the prints. "Good. he said, forcing a laugh, means we're not the only idiots in North Jersey. I looked up at the school again, at the dark rows of windows and the boards nailed over them. Whatever part of my brain is supposed to warn you not to do stupid things was whispering that this hole was new, that whoever made it could very well still be on the other side of the fence. Another part of my brain, the 20-year-old part that thought it was invincible, was whispering back that we were 4 guys with flashlights and adrenaline, and that this was what we had come here for. Marcus did not bother with either whisper. He hooked his fingers under the cut section of fence and lifted it a few inches, making more room. "Let's go," he said, like we were just walking into a convenience store. He ducked through first shoulders, turning sideways so his backpack would not catch. The metal scraped softly against his jacket. Dylan went next, shuffling through with his bag held close. I crouched and followed, feeling the cold kiss of the cut wires brush my arm as I passed under them. For a second, the fence pressed against my back, the metal unyielding, and there was a brief, irrational flash of panic that it would drop and pin me there, half in, half out. Then I was through, standing in the tall grass inside the perimeter. On the sidewalk side of the fence, the world had been muffled but active. Car engines, a distant TV laugh, tracked the soft slap of someone's sandals as they walked a dog 2 blocks over. On this side, the sound changed in an instant. Street noise did not disappear completely. It was still there, just distant, like someone had closed a thick door between us and everything else. The traffic hum sank to a low background growl. The neighborhood dogs might as well have been barking in another town. What was left was smaller and closer, the high, dry chirp of insects in the weeds, the whisper of the wind pushing through the tall grass and making it hiss against our pant legs, the occasional dull thud of something loose bumping against the side of the building when the breeze caught it. It felt like stepping into a different world that had been built right up against the first one and then sealed. The schoolyard was a mess. Whatever landscaping the district had once cared about was long gone. Grass had gone feral knee-high, in some places patchy and bald in others, where dirt showed through baked and cracked. There were islands of trash scattered here and there, a crushed orange construction cone with its base snapped off a cluster of crushed soda cans, half sunk into the mud, a plastic grocery bag snagged on a bush and flapping weakly. Someone had dragged an office chair out at some point and left it upside down in the middle of the open space, its wheels pointing at the sky like dead legs. Nearby, a metal sign lay face down one corner, buried in the dirt. I nudged it with my shoe and rolled it over enough to see the words, "No trespassing," in faded red letters streaked with rust and bird shit. The building itself looked worse from inside the fence than it had from the street. Up close, you could see that most of the ground floor windows had been patched with plywood, at least once, then tagged, then patched again. Some boards had holes smashed through them where fists or boots or rocks had gone in. A few windows had no boards at all, just cracked glass, with spiderweb fractures radiating out from central points, blackness behind. Rizzo swung his cheap flashlight up at the facade, the beam jittering with the tremor in his hand. The light slid across rows of windows and blank plywood, washing over peeling paint and dark streaks of water damage. For a second, when his beam passed over the upper floors, the building looked like a giant dead face eyes, and mouth blocked out expression, fixed. "Say cheese," he murmured, but his voice did not sound as loose as usual. "Over here?" Marcus called already, moving along the side of the building. He had that purposeful stride he got when he knew what he was looking for. Forum said the side door by the cafeteria is usually wired shut but not boarded. We go in there. We followed grass brushing our legs, burrs catching on our socks. Under my shoes, I felt the subtle shift from soft dirt to patches of cracked concrete, the remains of what had once been a nice clean walkway for kids and parents. The side door looked like how everything else on the property looked neglected and tired. It was a heavy metal thing, painted the same dark color as the lower trim, with a narrow slab of wired glass that had been mostly covered by a sheet of plywood. Someone had already done some of the work for us. The plywood had been pried up at one corner, nails bent, and the door itself had a slight warp to it, like it had been forced too many times. Marcus grabbed the handle and pulled. At first, it did not move. For a moment, I thought that was it, that the school was going to reject us flat out. Then the metal gave, with a loud creak, the rubber seal at the bottom separating from the cracked threshold like old gum, and the door opened just far enough for a person to slip inside. What came out of that gap was not air so much as smell. Thick and wet, it hit us like a physical thing. It smelled like mold, the sour, earthy kind that creeps up drywall in basements. It smelled like carpet that had been soaked and then left to dry without ever really drying. There was an ammonia edge that might have been old bathrooms or cleaning supplies or both. Underneath all that was something else, an animal scent, sharp and dirty, like nests and droppings, and the bodies of things that had lived and died where they were not supposed to. Jesus, Dylan muttered, pulling his t-shirt up over his nose. Should have brought more than dust masks. Marcus slipped in first, his silhouette swallowed by the dark, then Dylan. I went after them, one hand on the door, the other holding my flashlight. The second my foot crossed the threshold, the air felt different. On my skin, cooler, heavier, with that sticky kind of damp that makes you feel like you are already sweating. I flicked my light on, and the beam cut a white strip across the interior. The hallway looked exactly like an American middle school hallway, if someone had hit pause after a hurricane and let time do the rest. The walls had once been that institutional off-white, with a band of color along the middle. Now the paint was peeling in long strips, exposing gray beneath. Torn posters still clung to the bulletin boards in places, corners, curled colors washed pastel. One nearest the door said, "Bullying hurts." Everyone above a stock photo of kids in a circle. Someone had drawn horns and fangs on every face with a marker. Lockers lined both sides, some still closed, some bent open, with doors hanging at odd angles. A few had been pried completely off, leaving ragged torn metal and dark gaps like missing teeth. Ceiling tiles sagged everywhere. Some collapsed altogether, leaving squares of exposed pipes and ducts. Bits of pink insulation hung down like clumps of dirty cotton candy. Our footsteps on the cracked tile were too loud. Every step echoed down the corridor, bouncing off the walls and coming back to us a half-second later. It made us all instinctively lower our voices, like we were breaking some old-school rule about running in the halls. "Lights," Rizzo said, reaching for the nearest switch panel. It was a joke, but he flipped them anyway. The plastic was yellowed and cracked under his fingers. He hit the switches in a row. Nothing happened. No hum, no flicker. The building stayed dead. "Worth a shot," he said. We moved in deeper, our flashlights overlapping and separating as we scanned different parts of the corridor. Every reflective surface Broken glass in door windows, bits of metal trim, threw back little shards of our beams, making it feel like there were more lights than there were more movement than there should be. Near the entrance against the wall, under a set of trophy case brackets, now empty of their glass, there was a pile of trash that did not fit with the rest of the decay. Empty fast food wrappers, the bright red and yellow logos, not yet bleached by time. A balled-up paper bag with grease still ghosting through it. A clear plastic bottle lying on its side with just enough water and melted ice at the bottom that a ring of condensation clung to the inside. "Looks like someone had dinner," Dylan said. He kicked one of the wrappers lightly with the toe of his shoe. It skidded across the tile with a dry whisper and came to rest against the baseboard. Rizzo shrugged. "Kid squatters, whatever he said. Free country." "Yeah," Marcus added, but his eyes lingered on the bottle a fraction longer than his voice did. The little fog of moisture inside caught my beam and glowed faintly, proof that someone had been right here not long before we had pulled that door open. From somewhere deeper in the building, out of sight, a drop of water fell and hit puddled tile with a sharp, lonely plink. It echoed down the hall like a tiny, far-off footstep. We started walking, and as we moved, other sounds announced themselves. Our flashlights made the faintest hum when we swept them over metal fixtures, a barely there vibration I had never noticed before in open air. The ventilation ducts, exposed where the ceiling had collapsed, rattled softly when the wind outside pushed air into the wrong places. From time to time, somewhere above or behind us, something settled or shifted with a groan that could have been pipes contracting or could have been floorboards adjusting to weight. None of it was loud enough to be alarming on its own. But with every step, with every echo, it felt more and more like the building was clearing its throat. 2.2. The auditorium and the first pentagram. It did not take long to figure out where the auditorium was. Even with half the ceiling gone and most of the signs faded, middle schools are built on templates. You learn to read them just by existing in enough of them. We followed the corridor deeper in passing hand-painted arrows above doorways. Cafeteria, gymnasium, main office. The letters chipped and stained. Someone had added their own labels in spray paint. Hell, with an arrow pointing down a stairwell. Principal, Tracker Demon, scrawled across a trophy case frame. Under a cracked plastic sign that still said Auditorium in dignified serif font, someone had sprayed "Don't listen" in big looping letters. The double doors to the auditorium itself were propped open, with a broken chair leg jammed under one. The wood was gouged around the handle like people had been forcing their way in for years. As we stepped through, the space opened up around us in a way that made my stomach drop. Even half ruined, it was impressive. Rows and rows of seats sloped down toward the stage, though rows might be generous. In some sections, they were intact, faded blue upholstery coated in a thin film of dust armrests, tagged with initials. In others, whole clusters had been ripped out, leaving only twisted metal posts jutting from the concrete like broken teeth. A few seats were flipped completely over their frames, collected in messy piles along the walls. The aisles were a mess of programs, turned to pulp, broken plastic, and fallen ceiling tile. Our flashlights swept over all of it in overlapping cones. Dust drifted in the beams like a slow blizzard, swirling every time one of us shifted our weight. The stage at the front had taken the worst beating. The curtain still hung, but only in sad, uneven strips. Whatever red it had been originally had faded to a dirty brown, the fabric rotted and torn. Above it, the ceiling had partially caved in, leaving a jagged mouth of darkness into which you could see rusted metal framework insulation and the sky beyond in faint purplish patches. A projector still clung to the ceiling near the center, hanging at a crooked angle, one bracket broken, so it sagged like a hanged man's head. The glass lens was cracked, but intact, reflecting a dull starburst back at us whenever a beam hit it. We walked down the center aisle as if we were there for a performance. Our footsteps rang off the concrete under the torn carpet, sending strange, hollow echoes up into the rafters. The space smelled like dust and old fabric, and something faintly sweet, like candy that had melted and fossilized under the seats years ago. Rizzo could not help himself. Halfway down, he stopped, turned toward the stage, and said softly, "Hello?" It was barely more than a whisper, but the word bounced off the far wall and came back warped. Not loud, not dramatic, just stretched and thin. The L's smeared the O, drawn out too long. It was enough to make the hair on my arms lift. "Congratulations," Dylan said. "You just woke up every demon in the 6th grade choir." Marcus ignored them both. His attention was locked on the wall's eyes, following the layered graffiti. Names, phrases, ridiculous doodles of anatomy, and monsters covered almost every surface that was not fabric. "Yo, that's Kelt," he said, aiming his beam at a big fat throw-up above the stage door. White fill with a black outline. That's early too. Pre-2015. Guy hit everything. Look, see the hands? That's how you know. He moved his light to another piece lower down, in heavy black and silver letters, Mune. And that's Mune. Dude went missing a few years back. People still think he just moved to Philly, but he stopped himself and shrugged like he had said too much. Even with the ruined ceiling and the ripped-out seats, there was a strange reverence in the way he talked about it. To him, this was a gallery. We slipped into the shadowed area near the stage and found the narrow stairwell that led up to it. The wooden steps creaked under our weight, and a few times I felt the wood give more than I liked before holding. Backstage, the world shrank again. The wide open of the auditorium turned into a cramped maze of hallways and small rooms. Our flashlights lit up old costume racks, the metal bars empty except for a few wire hangers twisted into odd shapes. A broken mirror leaned against a wall, the glass fractured into spiderwebs. When I swept my light across it for a split second, it looked like 4 different versions of us were standing in front of 4 different stages of decay. I stepped past it quickly. There were rooms stacked to the ceiling with plastic chairs, some still folded, others spilling out into the corridor. A music stand lay on its side like a black metal stick figure that had given up. Rizzo rattled the doorknob here and there, more out of habit than curiosity. One door opened on a space barely big enough to be a closet full of broken props. A half-painted cardboard tree, a papier-mâché moon crushed in on one side, a wooden cross with its base snapped off. Someone had tagged a crude pentagram over it in red, but the paint had run so badly it looked more like a burst starfish than anything satanic. Near the back of the stage area, a short flight of concrete steps led down to a metal door with a stenciled sign that once said, "Maintenance." The paint was peeling off the letters. Someone had crossed it out in black and written "Don't" above it. "Basement time," Rizzo said. Dylan made a face. "Basements are where they keep the asbestos monsters," he said, but he did not turn away. Marcus tried the handle. It stuck at first, then gave with a loud, rusty squeal that sounded obscene in the small space. A gust of colder air spilled up out of the darkness beyond, carrying a smell that made the hallway above feel almost clean. It was colder down there. Not freezing, but significantly colder than the air above, in the way that only spaces with thick concrete walls and no sunlight can be. The temperature difference raised goosebumps on my arms immediately. The smell hit in layers. Wet concrete and mildew. First that underground dampness that smells almost like a wet stone. Then a sharper, more chemical tang. Old cleaning supplies, maybe. Or paint thinner left open too long. Underneath it all, faint but persistent, was that same animal note from the entrance multiplied. The scent of nests, droppings, things that had lived down here and probably died down here too. We went down single file, our footsteps hollow on the steps. At the bottom, the floor leveled out into a long service hallway with block walls painted a dull institutional gray. Water stains climbed the concrete from the floor in uneven tide marks. I glanced at my phone out of habit. Up above, I had one bar of service that teased and then dropped whenever we moved too far from an outside wall. Down here, the screen just showed no service. I put it back in my pocket, the rectangle suddenly feeling useless and small. We passed a door with a little wired glass window, too dirty to see through. A faded sign beside it read, "Boiler Room." The door was ajar, and when I passed my light over the gap, it picked out the curved shapes of old tanks pipes and valves, everything corroded and streaked with rust. Water dripped steadily from one pipe elbow into a metal bucket on the floor, the repetitive plink, plink, plink echoing oddly. Deeper in the hallway opened into a wider basement room. Maybe it had been storage once, or some kind of maintenance workshop. Now it was just a bare concrete box with a few broken shelves along one wall and a low tangle of pipes overhead. The first thing I noticed was the smell of old smoke, faint, but different from the general must. The second thing was the symbol on the floor. Someone had spray painted a pentagram right in the center of the room. It was big, maybe 6 feet, across the lines thick and rough, done in black paint that had faded to a dull, chalky gray in places. It was not geometrically perfect. Some lines were slightly off, making it more like a kid's drawing of a star than a precise occult diagram. Around it, in a rough circle, someone had added smaller markings. Fake runes, maybe, or just shapes that looked like them. Little angular glyphs that probably came from Google Images or a metal band logo. They were smeared and half-finished in spots, like the painter had lost interest. At the points of the star and at some of the rune spots, there were hardened puddles of melted candle wax. White, mostly, with some red drips. The wax had run down the uneven floor and then cooled, forming frozen little streams. Near one point, a ring of darkened wax suggested something had caught fire briefly and then burned out. Beer cans lay scattered near the far wall, some crushed, some still mostly intact. A broken glass bottle glinted in the flashlight beam from among them, its jagged edges reflecting the light in bright, sharp highlights. Rizzo let out a low whistle. "Satanic PTA meeting," he said. "Agenda item 1, sacrifice the principal pass-out cupcakes." Marcus snorted. "Edgy teens with spray paint and Spotify," he said. "This is what happens when Hot Topic goes out of business." We laughed because that is what you do when you find something that is supposed to be scary but looks like a costume of itself. It was easier to picture a group of high school kids down here giggling as they lit dollar store candles than anything serious. Our voices sounded different down here, though. Duller. Like the air was thicker. Every joke felt like it had to push through something to reach the walls. And when it bounced back, it came back muted. Every now and then, Somewhere above us, or behind the block walls, there was a muffled thump. It could have been someone dropping something on the floor above, or it could have been the building just shifting, but there was no way to tell from where we stood. Dylan turned slowly, his flashlight drawing a circle around the room, catching little details. A piece of rebar leaning against the wall, a flattened cardboard box, the rust patterns that looked almost like maps. He did a double take near the back wall and narrowed his eyes. "Hang on," he said. I followed his beam. On the floor, near the far wall, half in shadow, was a small pile of something. At first, my brain filed it as just another knot of trash twigs, crumpled paper, maybe bits of insulation that had fallen and collected. As we stepped closer and our lights converged on it, my stomach dropped. They were bones. Not big ones. No femurs. Nothing obviously human. Thin and light, arranged in a rough circle about a foot across. Some were curved, some straight. A few still had patches of dirty matted fur clinging to them in spots where whatever had been there had not rotted or been picked clean completely. The fur was a mottled brown and gray, clumped and stiff. They were not just scattered. They had been placed. The larger bones were set like spokes, the smaller ones filling in between, making a crude wheel shape. A few little vertebrae sat in a neat stack at the center like a hub. Nobody said anything for a moment. The spray-painted star on the floor with its messy runes and spilled wax and beer cans suddenly looked like what it probably was: a joke, a performance, something done for photos and bragging rights. The bones did not feel like that. "That's not funny," Dylan said quietly. His earlier sarcasm was gone. He sounded smaller in the big room. "We should go back upstairs." Rizzo shrugged too quickly. "Raccoon or something," he said. "Fox. Whatever. Kids found a dead animal and got weird," maybe Dylan said. His light stayed on the circle a second longer. Or maybe they didn't find it dead. The drip in the boiler room kept going steady as a metronome. Somewhere overhead, something moved just enough weight to make the ceiling creak once, then go silent again. For the first time that night, I felt something I could not laugh off crawl up my spine. 2.3, second floor, blank wall, fresh air that feels wrong. We did not exactly sprint out of the basement, but nobody suggested lingering. Going back up the maintenance stairs, the air changed in a way I felt in my chest before I noticed it anywhere else. The cold, heavy dampness of the lower level loosened as we climbed. By the time we pushed through the door, back into the backstage hallway, the smell of mildew and old concrete had thinned just enough that breathing did not feel like dragging water into your lungs. "See?" Marcus said, trying to sound casual as he let the door swing shut behind us. We survived Satan's rec room. Rizzo laughed, but it was quieter than usual. Dylan just muttered, "Yeah, let's not make basement exploration a recurring thing." We crossed the stage again, our flashlights painting crooked shapes across the torn curtain and the broken ceiling. The auditorium was exactly as we had left it, rows of mangled seats and the sagging projector still hanging like a dead eye. But knowing what was beneath us made it feel different. The hollow under our feet had a weight now. We followed the side exit out of the auditorium into another main corridor. A faded map of the school was still bolted to the wall near the door behind cracked plastic. The "You are here" arrow had been scratched out and replaced with "You are screwed" in Sharpie, along with a few anatomically improbable doodles. According to the map, A stairwell 2 intersections down would take us up to the second floor. That was where, according to the forums, some of the best graffiti was. The stairwell itself was a narrow concrete wedge that smelled faintly of dust and something sour like old gym laundry. Our footsteps echoed up the shaft as we climbed our beams, sliding over handrails, dulled by thousands of kids' hands, then dulled again by time. We emerged onto the second floor, into air that felt almost fresh. Not actually fresh, this was still a sealed-up, rotting building, but compared to the basement, it might as well have been a mountaintop. The heavy dampness was thinner here, and every few yards, a cracked or broken window let in a weak line of night. Streetlight glow seeped in through those breaks, painting pale rectangles on the floors and walls. In some places, glass still clung to the frames in jagged teeth, catching our flashlight beams and throwing back little flares. You could hear the world outside again faintly. A distant car horn honked somewhere far enough away that it might as well have been on another planet. Tires hissed on wet pavement blocks over. It all sounded filtered, like we were listening to it through a wall of water. The classrooms on this floor felt eerily familiar despite the decay. The first one we ducked into was a science lab. Long blacktop tables stood in crooked rows, some still bolted down, others shifted legs bent. Stools lay toppled on their sides, metal legs tangled. A frog dissection poster peeled off one wall in long curls. The cartoon amphibians labeled organs faded almost to nothing. Another chart showed the human eye, the pupil stabbed through by a knife of shadow where a ceiling tile had fallen. On the far wall, a whiteboard still bore ghostwriting faint lines where someone had once drawn diagrams of cells, wiped away but never completely erased. Underneath it, someone had tagged in big bubble letters, "Mr. Watson eats worms," and then added a cartoon of a man with a giant mouth and tiny body. Next room down the English classroom. Desks were scattered, like a fight had broken out years ago, and no one had bothered to clean up. Paperbacks lay in clumps near the door, their covers curling. I picked one up with 2 fingers. It was of mice and men. The pages swollen and stuck together. The cover image of the 2 men on the road, blurred by mold. Dozens more copies were strewn across the floor, like a strange crop yield. On the bulletin board, sun-faded construction paper letters still spelled "Read to Succeed." One of the E's had fallen and now dangled from a staple by a corner. Everywhere the clocks were frozen, round wall clocks with plastic covers, hands stopped at random moments of days long past. 9:12, 3:47, 1:03. One had both hands missing entirely, just a blank face. Motivational posters hung crooked on the walls, a kitten clinging to a branch. Hanging there, its edges chewed by something with small teeth. A photo of a mountain at sunrise achievement, now dotted with what looked like mold spores. In one room, a projector cart sat in the middle of the floor. Its rubber wheels cracked the old VGA cable coiled like a snake. The screen, pulled down at some point and never rolled back up, had sagged and torn in the middle, turning its bright white rectangle into a drooping grin. The more we walked, the more the sameness of American schools asserted itself. No matter the town, the district, the mascot, the bones of the place were always the same cinder block walls, bland paint clocks, posters, whiteboards. There was something unsettling about seeing that familiar structure rotting. We turned into another corridor, and it hit us all at once. Every surface in this hallway was bombed. The walls, the ceiling, even some of the doors were covered in graffiti. Layers and layers of it. bright colors, overlapping outlines, tags stacked over tags, names, cruise symbols. Some pieces were elaborate full two-color burners with 3D shadows and characters. Others were quick, angry scrawls. Marcus's flashlight darted everywhere, his excitement palpable. "That's Celt again," he said, pointing at a big looping tag in silver and black. "And that's Arson. I haven't seen that dude up in forever. Look at the fill, bro. Look at the can control." It was almost easy to forget where we were for a minute. For Marcus, this was a history wall, a timeline of hands and nights and risks taken. Then we saw at a break in the chaos, halfway down the hallway on the left, there was one long stretch of wall that was almost completely clean. No tags, no scribbles, no scratches even. It was like someone had painted over whatever had been there and then never got around to hitting it again. The paint was not new by any means. It had its own hairline cracks, its own smudges, but compared to the rest of the building, it was pristine. It was just blank. A white rectangle in the middle of noise. Marcus stopped dead. His beam locked onto it, and for a second, I felt like I was watching someone fall in love. "You have got to be kidding me," he said softly. "This is ours. This is literally begging for it." Dylan made a non-committal noise. "Or maybe it's blank for a reason," he said. "Like Principal's ghost comes out if you write on it." "Yeah." Marcus snorted. "Principal mixtape. Haunts bad pieces." He stepped up close, running his fingers lightly over the surface. "Nah," he said. "Somebody buffed this a while back. Probably covered up a slur or something. Nobody's claimed it since. We're christening it. This is our wall." That word christening hit my ear wrong in a way I could not articulate at the time. We set up like we had in a dozen other places. Dylan swung his backpack down and unzipped it, the cans inside, clacking against one another, with that distinctive hollow clatter. He spread them out at the base of the wall. Blacks, whites, silvers, a few colors. The plastic caps clicked as he popped them off, the chemical smell of the paint starting to seep into the already stale air. The scent cut through the mold, and dust harsh and almost sweet the way aerosol always does. It mixed with the building's rot, creating something new and sharp that stung my nose when I inhaled too deep. Marcus shook a can, the ball bearing, rattling inside like a tiny storm. "We'll do something simple," he said, more to himself than to us. Big letters, fat outline. North Jersey represent. Rizzo hovered close, eager. "Let me fill," he said. "You always do the fill." "We'll see," Marcus said, but he smiled. Dylan and I took a step back, giving them space, and leaned against the opposite wall. From where we stood, our flashlight beams made overlapping cones of light that framed the blank wall like a stage. Then the hissing started. Not snakes, not voices, just the rapid, constant hiss of spray. Marcus laid down the outline in bold strokes, black on white. Rizzo followed, filling sections with white and silver, his hand not as steady, but enthusiastic. The sound of the cans, that shh rhythm, was weirdly soothing and unnerving at the same time, like hearing air slowly let out of something important. Paint mist hung in the air, visible in our beams as a faint fog. It caught the light in a way that made everything past a certain distance look softer, fuzzier, less real. The fumes created an invisible border around us, a little pocket of smell and sound inside the larger rot of the school. Every so often, something in the building shifted. A distant creak from somewhere above, as if a beam were settling. A soft, almost inaudible knock from deeper down the hallway, like a door tapping against its frame when the wind changed. A quiet rattle from the vents overhead, the ghost of air moving through ducts that weren't supposed to be moving anything anymore. Did you hear that I asked once when a particularly sharp creak overhead made the hairs on my neck stand up? Old buildings always talk, Marcus said, without turning. The can hissed again, another thick line appearing on the wall. That's just the pipes. Or raccoons. Relax. I told myself he was right. Places like this are never truly quiet. They have their own ecosystems of sound wood drying and shifting metal expanding and contracting animals nesting and moving. The rational part of my brain wrote every noise off as that. The other part of my brain, the part that had not liked the bones in the basement, stayed awake. After a few minutes, Dylan checked his phone for time, and Signal saw nothing useful, and sighed. "I'm gonna go see if there's roof access on this level," he said. Forums said there might be another stairwell up around the corner. Marcus did not look away from what he was doing. "Yeah, check it," he said. "I want to get at least the outline done. Then we can all hit the roof." "You coming?" Dylan asked me. "Yeah," I said. I needed a break from the paint smell and the way my skin felt too tight. We told Marcus and Rizzo we would be back in a few, then turned and headed down the hallway, our footsteps soft on the dusty floor. A weird little thought slid into my head as we walked away. I glanced back over my shoulder. For a moment, the scene looked almost cinematic. Marcus and Rizzo stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the wall, their bodies outlined in the harsh white of our flashlights. Paint fumes curled around them in the beams like faint smoke. The rest of the hallway, behind and ahead of them, was just darkness, swallowing up the edges of everything. It was like someone had cut out a rectangle of light in the middle of nothing and placed my friends there temporarily. I did not know it then, but that snapshot, the two of them laughing under their breath, the hiss of paint, the empty building crouched around them, was the last truly normal image I have of my friends in that school. Dylan and I walked toward the end of the corridor. A door with metal letters bolted above it came into view through the gloom, Stair 3. The letters were tarnished, one hanging askew. As we got closer, some of the building's usual breathing sounds went quiet, like they were holding back. For a second, all I heard was the soft scuff of our shoes and the distant steady hiss of spray from behind us. Then from somewhere behind the wall to our right came a new sound. Tap, pause, tap, pause, tap. It was faint but distinct. The same point of contact, the same distance between strikes. It sounded like a metal object, a pipe, a tool, something not heavy being tapped lightly against tile or concrete. Not random, not shuffling, rhythmic, deliberate. I stopped walking without meaning to. The flashlight beam in my hand jumped a little jittering on the door to the stairwell. "You hear that?" I asked. Dylan had already started to say something. He cut himself off, listened, and then shrugged a little too quickly. "Old pipes," he said. "This place is full of them. Or some loose vent or whatever." He reached for the handle of the stairwell door, like that settled it. Maybe for him it did. For me, the sound had crawled under my skin and settled there. The taps were too evenly spaced, too clean. The timing was too human. By the time the noise stopped, my palms were damp on the flashlight, and the air on the second floor did not feel fresh anymore. It felt thin. 3.1, dead ends, and a message on the phone. Stair 3 looked like every other stairwell in every other sad institutional building I had ever been in. until you noticed how quiet it was. The metal letters above the door were tarnished, one hanging crooked. When Dylan pulled the handle, it stuck for a second and then gave with a dry scrape like no one had opened it in years. The smell inside was the generic blend of dust-old paint and something faintly sour that all stairwells seemed to have just amplified by neglect. We stepped in and started climbing. The walls were cinder block painted that depressing tan gray color that exists only in schools and government buildings. Our flashlight beams made our shadows long and warped on the steps ahead of us. Each of our footfalls hit with a hollow thump that traveled up and down the shaft and came back thinner. On the first landing, there was a scatter of debris ceiling, tile chunks, old paper, a dried-up marker without its cap. A pencil case lay half open near the corner, its zipper broken. When I nudged it with my shoe, a few the Merkur II pencils rolled out their erasers, hardened and cracked. One snapped in half, cleanly like a tiny broken bone. "Cursed school supplies," Dylan muttered. "Bet somebody failed algebra right here." We kept going. The higher we got, the more dust there was. In some places, it was thick enough that our shoes left tracks. A lone sneaker sat on the second landing near the wall, as if someone had stepped out of it and left the rest of their life behind. It was small, probably a kid's, the laces tied in a double knot. The canvas had gone gray, with grime, the rubber sole separating at the toe. "Why is it always one shoe?" I said. "Because two shoes is a safe story," Dylan replied. "One shoe is a headline." He was trying to be funny, but his voice sounded less sure than earlier. The jokes were thinning out. We pushed through another door and spilled briefly into a small top-floor corridor that ran the length of the building. The ceiling here was worse, big chunks, missing insulation, hanging down like dirty clouds. We peered into classrooms as we passed, more out of habit now than enthusiasm. In one, rows of desks had been pushed to the edges of the room, leaving the middle clear. Old computer monitors, bulky CRTs, the kind that hummed when you turned them on, were stacked haphazardly on top of them. No towers, just the screens, like someone had decapitated 100 machines and left the heads piled up. Extension cords dangled from the walls, in knots unplugged, coiling on the floor like dead snakes. In another room, a trophy case lay on its back in the middle of the floor. Glass shattered everywhere. Under our beams, the shards glittered in crazy constellations. A few trophies still sat inside the broken frame, their little gold-colored figures bent or snapped off at the ankles. I picked up a plaque, half buried in dust. Northfield Middle School, 2004 county champions, was engraved on it, the school name barely legible under a smear of grime and some doodled mustache. "Good job, Northfield," Dylan said softly. "You peaked and then just stayed here." He wiped his hands on his jeans, like touching the past had left residue. We were looking for anything that suggested roof access exit signs pointing up a door with a crash bar, a ladder tucked into a corner. The forums had made it sound like there were a couple of ways up if you knew where to look. In reality, the places that might have been our exits were all useless. One metal door at the far end of the corridor had a heavy bar across it and a sign that once said, "Roof access, authorized personnel only." Someone had crossed out "authorized" and written "cool" in marker. When Dylan tried the handle, it did not move at all. The hinges looked fused with rust. Someone at some point had taken the extra step of welding the edges shut, jagged silvery scars running up the frame. "Lame," Dylan said, yanking pointlessly, the muscles in his forearm tightening. "Cowards." Another potential route was a narrow ladder bolted to the wall in a custodial closet we found near the middle of the floor. It led up into a square opening in the ceiling. I stuck my head up and shined my light. The space above was a crawl of beams and insulation, the underside of the roof, nothing resembling a hatch or door. Just old wiring and dust thick enough to choke on. On one side of the corridor, a cracked window gave us a partial view of the outside world. The glass was smeared with grime and had a long fracture running through it, but I pressed close enough to look. From up here, our car looked small. The silver Civic, parked under the street lamp on the side street, like it always had been there. The light painted a pale circle on the asphalt, making the other parts of the street look darker by comparison. No other cars were moving, no pedestrians. The houses nearby glowed warmly, in places porch bulbs, living rooms, but I could not see any actual people, just stillness. The emptiness outside made the silence inside feel heavier. It emphasized the fact that no one knew exactly where we were. We were just 4 points of light in a sealed-up building, our presence reduced to the occasional whisper of sound. Dylan checked his watch and shook his head. All this and no roof, he said. Old buildings suck. At least the mall had a decent view. His jokes were wearing thin. Underneath them, I could feel his frustration rising. The whole promise of the night had been graffiti plus roof plus fireworks. So far, we had gotten graffiti bones and a lot of locked steel. We were halfway down another short hall when my pocket buzzed. The vibration was sharp against my leg in the quiet. For a second, my brain went somewhere stupid, like the building itself had pinged me. I pulled my phone out and looked at the screen. One bar of service flickering. A new message in the group chat. From Marcus Yo, who took the black duffel. I slowed down, my heart skipping a beat. We had left the bag right next to the blank wall. Marcus's pride and joy stuffed with caps and extra cans. He had set it down within arm's reach of where he was painting. Rizzo's backpack had been a little farther away. When we walked off down the hallway, the duffel had been there in plain sight, in the beam of our lights. A second message popped up before I could finish fully processing the first. Not funny. Dylan heard my footsteps stop and turned back. When I tilted the screen so he could see, the blue bubbles glowed faintly in the dim. He frowned. We didn't take it, he said. Unless you develop teleportation without telling me. I was with you the whole time, I said. My mouth felt dry in a way that had nothing to do with the dust. The hallway seemed to close in by a few inches. For the first time that night, my instinct was not to crack a joke or embellish the story in my head, but just to get back there. I typed quickly with my thumb. We didn't touch it. It was there when we left. You sure Riz didn't move it? The little, bubble appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again, like Marcus was typing and deleting. We started walking faster, heading back toward the stairwell. My phone buzzed again. New message. He says he didn't. Bag is gone. No emojis. No extra letters, just that. Something about the lack of exaggeration made my stomach flip. Call him, Dylan said. I hit Marcus's name and put the phone to my ear. It rang once, twice. On the third ring, it cut off. For a second, I thought he had answered, but there was no voice, just the faint buzz of nothing. He declined it, Dylan said. Maybe they're looking around for it. Yeah, I said. Maybe. But my chest felt tight. The practical part of my mind leapt to squatters, other explorers' kids we had not seen. Someone else could have come through a different way. That would explain the fresh hole in the fence, the footprints in the mud, the fast food trash. It was the logical conclusion. It was also the one I did not like, because it meant we were not alone. In a different hallway, as we passed a classroom door that had been kicked off its hinges, a sound drifted toward us from somewhere ahead or below. It was soft, but clear enough to be separate from the building's usual creaks. A rolling sound. Not loud, not fast. Just the tiny click, click, click of something small and hard moving across tile. It traveled for a few seconds, just long enough for my brain to identify it as a marble or a small stone, then stopped abruptly as if a hand had closed around it. Dylan paused, head cocked. "Okay," he said. That one I heard. We stood there in the dim listening. There was no follow-up, no footsteps, no voices, just distant drips and the faint hum of our flashlight. "Probably something we knocked loose," he said, eventually, though the way he said it made it sound like he was trying to convince himself. "Gravity's a thing. Let's go." We kept moving down the corridor to the stairwell, then through the door. The air in the stair shaft felt thicker than it had on the way up, like someone had turned the pressure up a notch while we were gone. As we started down, our beams swung over the steps and the walls. Dust still lay thick on the landings, our earlier footprints clear. The abandoned sneaker sat exactly where it had been. The pencil case lay open, its spilled pencils unmoved. For a moment, the sameness was a relief. The stairwell was exactly the way we had left it. Then, on the next flight, down halfway between two landings, my flashlight caught something that had not been there before. On the wall, at shoulder height, right beside the handrail, was a line. Just a single vertical stroke of black paint. About 8 inches long, maybe an inch wide. It ran straight down edges clean, the color dense. Under our beams, the edges glistened in spots where the paint was still wet, tiny reflections like beads of oil. It was not a tag. It was not part of a letter or symbol. It was just one deliberate brush or spray stroke placed at a height where a hand would naturally pass. I stared at it, the rest of the stairwell blurring at the edges. "Tell me that was there," before I said quietly. Dylan looked at it for a long moment. He swallowed once. "Nope," he said. "That's new." Somewhere below us, faint and hollow, the sound of something metallic being set gently on tile echoed up the shaft, then faded. 3.2. The missing duffel and the fresh symbol. By the time we hit the second floor corridor again, my pulse was doing double time in my neck. We turned into the hallway with the blank wall and saw Marcus and Rizzo before they saw us. They were not painting. The half-finished piece was their big block letters stretching across the white, the outline crisp, some sections already filled. Used cans lay scattered at the base of the wall, some on their sides, caps off paint, drying around the nozzles, encrusted rings. A faint cloud of fumes still hung in the air, mixing with the dust. Marcus was pacing back and forth in a tight-line flashlight clenched in one hand, jaw tight. Rizzo stood with his hands on his hips, hoodie pushed up, shaking his legs so hard it was vibrating. Yo, Dylan called. "What's up?" They both turned their beams on us at once, twin white circles hitting my chest. For a second, it felt like we were the ones intruding. "Ha ha," Marcus said, voice hard. "You got your laugh. Bring it back." I blinked against the light. "What are you talking about?" "The bag," he snapped. "The black duffel. You know, the one with literally all of our paint and the Roman candles in it. The one that was right here when you left." He jabbed the flashlight beam toward the base of the wall. There was a clear rectangular patch of relatively clean tile there, ringed by dust and bits of plaster. An absence more than a thing, the bag-shaped negative space. "We didn't touch your bag," I said. "We were upstairs the whole time." Rizzo let out a short, nervous laugh that sounded nothing like his usual one. "Come on, man," he said. "If this is a bit, it's not funny. Just bring it back so we can finish and bounce." Dylan held up both hands. "We're not messing with you," he said. "We went up looking for roof access. That's it. We just got your texts." "Then where is it?" Marcus demanded. His voice cracked a little on the last word. He aimed his light around the floor, like he thought the bag might just materialize. We all did the same thing at once. We started searching, even though there were not many places for a duffel bag to hide. We checked under the remaining seats pushed against the wall. We looked behind door frames in the corners in the nearest classrooms. I opened a closet and found nothing but a mop bucket tipped on its side and a nest of old extension cords. Dust lay undisturbed in most places, our tracks the only new marks. The building seemed to be holding its breath again. The only sounds were the soft crunch of debris under our shoes, the occasional clatter of a can being nudged aside our own breathing. Every time one of us moved, our flashlights threw oversized shadows against the walls, making us look big or wrong, like there were more of us than four. "There's nowhere for it to go," Rizzo said, his voice rising. "It's a bag, not a ghost." "Maybe you left it by the stairwell," Dylan said. "Or in the auditorium. We've been walking around so much, dude, it all looks the same." Marcus shook his head immediately. "No," he said. "I set it down right here, right by the wall. I remember the strap kept slipping, and I kicked it closer so I wouldn't trip over it. I'm not crazy. But the alternative that someone else had come along and moved it while their backs were turned hung there unspoken. We all felt it. The hallway had changed. It was not an adventure corridor anymore. The funhouse vibe was gone. It felt like being on a stage after the audience has left and realizing someone is still out there in the dark, watching quietly. "Look," Dylan said, forcing calm into his voice. "Why don't we do one more sweep? Check upstairs. Maybe some other geniuses came in another way and thought they were being hilarious. If we catch them, we get the bag back and tell them to screw off. If we don't, we leave." The leave part sounded good. The rest, not so much. But no one had a better plan. We headed for the stairwell again, this time all together. No one suggested splitting up. The idea of leaving anyone alone, even for a few minutes, suddenly felt wrong. Up one more flight, the air seemed to change again, in a way I could not quite define. The third floor felt less touched. More of the doors were still closed, their little wired glass windows intact. The glass in the hallway windows was less broken, the draft lower. There were fewer tags on the walls, like not as many people had bothered to come up here. Our flashlight beams bounced off intact display cases, their glass dusty but unbroken. A faded poster announcing a winter concert still hung straight, the tape edges hardened but holding. The quiet was different too, less cluttered by debris underfoot, more of a broad stretched silence. We turned a corner and saw a classroom door ahead, propped open by a gray chunk of cinder block wedged under the edge. The door itself was heavy metal, the kind that usually slams if you let it go. Someone had made sure it stayed open. Were we in that one before Rizzo asked? "No," I said. I would have remembered the block. We approached slower now. I swung my flashlight beam through the doorway first, letting the light go in before the rest of me did. The beam hit the far wall and the breath just left my lungs. Where a whiteboard had once been filled with vocab words and homework assignments, there was now a symbol, huge, taking up almost the entire surface. It was another pentagram, but unlike the sloppy one in the basement, this one had been done with care. The lines were thick and precise, each edge sharp. The star sat perfectly proportioned inside a circle that had been laid down confidently, no wobbles, no breaks. The black paint was dense enough that it looked almost glossy, especially where our lights hit it full on. It was also still wet. From the top points of the star and the bends in the circle, long black trails were sliding down the whiteboard, cutting through whatever faint ghost writing had been there before. Old marker lines, history dates, math problems, something about a quiz were being swallowed by the drips, turning into blurry gray streaks under the new black. Several of the thicker drips had reached the tray at the bottom of the board and were pooling there, forming irregular dark puddles that gleamed like oil. Every few seconds, one of the slower drops let go and fell, hitting the tray with a soft, sticky tap. In the front corner of the room, just to the right of the teacher's desk, sat the black duffel. It was upright, the strap neatly folded over the top, like someone had picked it up, carefully carried it here, and set it down without hurry. There was no sign it had been dragged or kicked, no trail. Just gone from where it had been, and reappeared here halfway across the building and one floor up. Behind me, I heard Dylan suck in a breath. Rizzo muttered something under his breath that sounded like nope, nope, nope. Marcus, though, was already shoving past me. Real funny asshole, he yelled into the corners of the room, his voice too loud. You think this is cute? His words hit the walls and bounced weirdly, the star on the board looming over him. He strode to the front and grabbed the duffel's handle. The bag yielded heavy and solid. You could hear the spray cans knock against each other inside the familiar hollow clack. You want to play games? Do it with your own shit, he said loud again, turning in a slow circle. Flashlights sweeping over the corners, the ceiling, the floor. Come out, man. Joke's over. No one came out. The only reply was the faint drip, drip, drip of paint. I stayed near the doorway, my own beam skimming over the rest of the room. Desks here were mostly intact, still lined in rows. A couple had been nudged out of place, leaving arcs in the dust. The teacher's chair sat pushed back, its wheels embedded in a thin layer of grime. On the tile in front of the whiteboard, just below the circle's lowest point, the dust told the rest of the story. There were smears where a shoe had pivoted a half moon of clean floor inside a scuff, like someone had planted their heel and turned their body while they worked. Partial footprints marked with tread patterns I did not recognize crisscrossed the space in front of the board. They were sharper and darker than ours newer. Some overlapped older dust, cutting through it. A couple of spots looked like someone had stepped back in a hurry, leaving staggered impressions. This was not something that had been here for weeks waiting for us. This was fresh. Someone had been standing right where Marcus stood now, can in hand, making their quiet, careful lines. I swallowed and realized my throat was dry again. Guys, I said, my voice sounding thin even to me. Whoever did this, they were just here, like not that long ago. Rizzo looked around, his flashlight beam jittering. So where are they now, he asked. No one answered. Marcus slung the duffel over his shoulder, the strap biting in. Screw this, he said. We got our stuff, we finish the piece, and get out. If somebody wants to play cult in a middle school, that's their business. His anger was doing the heavy lifting for his fear. I could see it in the way his hand flexed on the strap, in the tightness around his mouth. I backed toward the door, my light passing over the wall beside it. That was when I saw another detail I had not noticed coming in. Just inside the room, next to the dead light switch, the paint was smudged by something darker. A small, greasy streak like the print of someone's fingers dragged down in a short line. It was too high on the wall to belong to a child level, with where an adult's hand would land if they leaned there. The smudge was not old enough to have dried and flaked. It shone faintly where the beam caught the oil. The position of it made my skin crawl. It was right where someone would stand if they wanted to brace themselves, blend into the corner by the doorway, and watch the hallway through the cracked glass without being seen. 3.3. Footsteps, overhead, and the first time we heard them run. Everything felt thinner after that classroom, like the air had been stretched too far and might tear if we pushed it. We stepped back into the hallway, and no one said anything for a few seconds. The door eased shut behind us with a dull padded click, the cinder block still wedged underneath so it would not slam. The duffel hung from Marcus's shoulder, heavy enough that the strap dug into his jacket. The symbol on the whiteboard sat behind us, dripping in my imagination, even when I could not see it anymore. "Okay," Dylan said quietly. His voice had dropped down to the level you use when you are trying not to spook an animal. "We got the bag. Now we leave." We walk straight out. We do not stop for bonus points. We do not go looking for extra content. Marcus shook his head automatically, the old stubbornness flaring up out of habit. "We came all the way here," he said. "I want at least one roof shot. One. Or we finish the piece downstairs. I'm not leaving my name half done on that wall. Your name is going to be on a police report if we stay here long enough to meet whoever just made that thing," Dylan said. "In case you forgot, your bag did a magic trick. This is not normal." None of that downstairs was normal. The bones, the symbols, the Rizzo cut in trying to arbitrate, even though his own eyes were too wide. "Look, how about we just go back to the wall," he said. "Grab everything. We see how we feel. If it still feels like shit, we bounce. If it somehow doesn't, maybe we hit the roof staircase again. 5 minutes max." Marcus glared down the hallway like he could stare it into submission. Eventually, he nodded once short and sharp. "Fine," he said. "But no more detours. Straight there, straight out." We started walking. The corridor seemed longer than before. Our flashlight beams slid over familiar doors, familiar posters half ripped from the walls. Our footsteps sounded small again, swallowed by the building's soft, omnidirectional silence. About halfway down, as we passed a stretch where the ceiling tiles were more intact, there was a sound like a knuckle cracking somewhere above us. A dull pop. Fine dust sifted down in a thin veil from a hairline crack, catching the light as it fell. Little fragments of plaster landed on my shoulders and in my hair. I brushed them away with a hand that did not feel entirely steady. Building's old Marcus muttered, like he had to say something. "It's gonna creak." The building seemed to take that as an invitation. A second later, directly above us, the footsteps started. They were not creaks. They were not the slow, aimless groans of an old structure adjusting its weight. They were footsteps, rapid, heavy, deliberate. You know the difference. Years of walking around any apartment building, any office teach you that. The way weight transfers from heel to toe. The way flooring responds under a stride versus a shift. These sounded like boots on concrete or heavy shoes on tile. Sharp impacts, each one clean, no sliding. They came in a quick pattern, one after the other. Thud, 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 moving laterally across the space above us. Not directly overhead for long, but close enough that I could feel them in my chest. They passed above our heads, the sound traveling from left to right, in a line like whoever owned them was cutting across the invisible room up there with purpose. The pattern was wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. Too fast to be someone lazily wandering. Too uniform to be multiple people taking random steps. It was like a single person running, but the weight never varied. The rhythm never slipped. We all stopped at the exact same moment. Nobody said stop, but our bodies listened anyway. The footsteps stopped too. They halted about 3 paces after they had passed over us, then went utterly silent. The last echo rolled down the corridor and died between the doors. For a few seconds, the only things I could hear were my own breathing and the small, high hum of my flashlight ringing in my ear like tinnitus. Somewhere farther down the building, metal ticked as it cooled or shifted, but it sounded miles away. Rizzo swallowed audibly. "Dude," he whispered, "it's just someone else in here." "Okay, just some other group. Urbex kids. They probably saw us and are screwing with us." His voice shook on the last word. "If they're screwing with us," Dylan whispered back, "why haven't they said anything? Why haven't they laughed or yelled or told us to get out? Why move a bag, paint a symbol, run around and not enjoy the joke?" "Maybe they're shy." Rizzo tried. The joke fell flat. I realized I was standing slightly under a ceiling tile that looked looser than the others and took a sidestep like that would matter. The silence pressed in, long enough that you started to wonder if you had imagined it, long enough for doubt to try to tie itself into knots. Then somewhere farther down the hall, we could not tell exactly where a door slammed. It was not a collapse, not a random gust. It was the sound of a heavy classroom door being pushed shut hard enough for the metal to hit the frame and bounce before settling. The bang echoed down the corridor, booming and then diminishing in waves. Behind the impact, there was intention. You could hear it, the human insistence in the way it closed. Someone wanting to make a noise. We all flinched, like we had been struck. "Okay." Marcus said, no argument left in his tone now. "We're out. Now." This time, no one pushed back. No one mentioned the roof. We moved faster than before. Not quite running yet, but beyond casual. Our steps thudded on the dusty tile, leaving clearer prints in the debris. Every doorway we passed felt like a mouth we did not want to look into. Every open threshold seemed like an eye. The blank wall hallway came into view. The half-finished piece glared back at us stark and loud against the buffed expanse. The scattered cans at its base felt like evidence left at a crime scene. Marcus hesitated, only long enough to grab the ones still worth taking, cramming them back into the duffel with quick fumbling hands. Metal clinked on metal. "Hurry up," Dylan said, his voice thin. "Hurry up, man. I'm not leaving my gear." Marcus snapped, but he zipped the bag shut with a vicious yank and slung it over his shoulder again. "Let's go." We turned toward the nearest stairwell door. The corridor stretched ahead, its fluorescent fixtures, dark and dusty overhead. Our beams jumped from spot to spot, searching for anything that moved. At the far end of the hall, where the corridor turned and disappeared out of sight, my light swept past a classroom and caught something in the doorway. A shape. For a fraction of a second, I saw what looked like someone leaning halfway out of a room. A figure in dark clothing, shoulders turned toward us, head tilted. The hood of a sweatshirt was up, shadowing the face so completely that there was just a soft oval of black where features should have been. The stance was strange too, still too intent, like they were listening, more than watching. I blinked, and my flashlight beam jittered with the motion. When it landed back on the doorway, there was nothing there. Just the open frame, the darkness of the classroom beyond dusk hanging in the air. "Did you see?" that I asked, not sure who I was talking to. "See what Dylan said?" He kept walking his own beam, fixed on the stairwell door coming up on our right. "Don't do that, man. Don't start seeing things." I told myself it had been a trick of the light, the way beams and corners and dust can line up to make almost shapes. It was easier than the alternative. I focused on the door, on the exit sign above it that no longer glowed, and kept moving. We hit the stairwell like it was a safe room. The door opened with the same complaining scrape as before. Inside, the air in the stair shaft felt colder, like the building had veins and we had just stepped into one. "Lights," Dylan said suddenly. "Kill your lights for a second." Windows. He was right. The stairwell had narrow panes of glass facing the outside at each landing. Our beams could easily leak out into the night and announce exactly where we were to anyone watching from the street or the schoolyard. One by one, we clicked off our flashlights. The darkness that dropped over us was immediate and total. The kind of black that does not feel empty, but full. I could still sense the outline of the handrail under my fingers, the rough texture of cinder block against my shoulder, but only because my body remembered where they had been a second before. Not because I could see them. For a heartbeat, no one moved. In that pocket of pure dark, with all our artificial light gone, the other sounds stepped forward. I could hear my own heartbeat loud in my ears. I could hear the tiny high hiss of the building breathing through cracks we could not see. Somewhere below, something metal expanded with a soft tick. Rizzo shifted his weight, his shoe squeaking slightly on the step. And then from the landing, directly above us, I heard something that did not belong to the building at all. A chuckle, soft, low, breathy. The kind of sound someone makes when a joke lands better than they expected. It started as a muffled laugh, and then thinned into a hiss at the end, like whoever it came from was smiling through their teeth. It lasted maybe a second, maybe less. Long enough for my brain to register laughter-intent presence. Then it cut off completely. No footsteps followed, no doors. Just that sound hanging in the dark, then gone. "Lights," I said, my voice unfamiliar and tight in my own ears. Our flashlights snapped back on almost in unison beams, knifing upward toward the landing above. The concrete was bare. The steps were empty. Dust motes danced in the sudden glare, swirling gently in air that now felt too thin. 4.1. Maze of stairs and followers we cannot see. We did not talk about what we had heard on that landing. Not really. There was no time, and there were no words that would have made it better. "Go." Marcus said, his voice clipped. "Down. Just go." We moved feet, slamming the steps harder now. The stairwell, which had felt like a neutral in-between space earlier, turned on us. The acoustics made it impossible to tell where anything was coming from. As we clattered downward, our own footsteps multiplied around us. Each impact bounced off the concrete and cinder block, echoing back in slightly different timing. It sounded like more than 4 people. It sounded like 10, 20, some just ahead, some just behind. Somewhere above, a separate rhythm joined in. Heavier steps a fraction slower than ours, falling in between our own impacts like syncopation. Maybe one person, maybe more. The sound traveled down the shaft, sliding along the walls. "Someone's coming down," Rizzo hissed. "Or going up," Dylan shot back. We're in a giant echo chamber, man, you can't tell. He was right. I could not. Every sound folded in on itself, layered until direction disappeared. I only knew we were not alone in this vertical concrete throat. Then came a new noise. Clink. Not loud. Just a sharp metallic note ringing once from somewhere above us. The kind of sound a piece of metal makes when it taps another piece of metal. Deliberate, not accidental. We kept moving. Another landing. Another turn, more stairs. Clink. Same pitch. Same volume. Same distance behind us somehow. No matter how many steps we took, like the noise was attached to us rather than a place. Keys, Dylan panted. Probably keys on a belt. Or a carabiner. People fidget, they tap stuff. Or a bar on the rail, Rizzo whispered. Like they're just dragging it along. The image hit my brain. Immediately, someone in a hooded sweatshirt, hand resting lightly on the railing, tapping a metal bar or a ring of keys against it, each time they felt us slow down. Shut up, Marcus snapped. Not because he did not believe it, but because he did. We burst through one of the landing doors without really checking which floor it was driven, more by instinct to get out of the echo chamber than by any plan. The door complained with that same scrape, then swung wide. The hallway on the other side was not the one I thought it would be. We had meant to come out on the second floor near familiar classrooms and the blank wall. Instead, this corridor looked different. The air was slightly clearer here, less clogged with paint fumes and dust. The walls were a grim off-white with a green strip at kid shoulder height, like some designer had once tried to make the place cheerful. Almost every door we could see was closed. Their little wired glass windows reflected our beams in dull squares. Emergency lights, still somehow, limping along on whatever backup power system the building had left, cast long strips of sickly yellow down the hall at intervals. They did not really light anything. They just smeared the dark with patches of jaundiced color. Where the hell are we, Rizzo whispered. Same floor, different wing, Marcus said, but there was no conviction behind it. We cut across, find a stair, hit the first floor, we're gone. It sounded simple. It did not feel simple. We picked a direction left because no one wanted to waste time arguing, and went. Our flashlight beams swung ahead of us, overlapping in shaky cones. Dust motes floated like slow gray snow. The sameness of everything began to work against us. Every handful of doors there was another classroom with the same layout door on the right whiteboard on the far wall bank of windows on the left. The same faded posters about reading and respect. The same clock stopped at arbitrary times. Every intersection looked like the one before, same cinder block, same paint, same emergency light glow. This, as Dylan started, then cut himself off. He did not want to say the word maze out loud. It felt like the building was rearranging itself in small ways while we were not looking. I knew that was ridiculous. Floor plans do not move. But every time we reached a corner, I had the creeping sense that we had already been here and somehow also had not. The bulletin boards blurred together in my mind, student work, long since peeled away, leaving only stapled ghost shapes. Announcements for dances that would never happen. Our footsteps, which had seemed loud in the stairwell, were swallowed more quickly here, but the quiet did not feel like relief. It felt like walking through thick carpet, even though the floor under our shoes was just cracked tile. Behind us, here and there, other sounds threaded through. Once I heard what might have been whispering, a faint sibilant murmur just at the edge of perception. I could not make out words. It could have been wind, working its way through a cracked window down the hall. It could have been rats in the walls. It could have been my own brain replaying the hiss from the stairwell. Another time, a short burst of low laughter slipped down the hallway from somewhere behind us, so brief I almost did not trust my own ears. It stopped the instant we stopped walking, like something had leaned in, tested the sound, and then pulled back. I kept checking over my shoulder. Every time my light swung back, all I saw were doors, lockers, and the jittery movement of our own shadows. We passed one open door on the left without intending to stop, but my flashlight caught something inside and my feet faltered. It looked at first like just another trashed classroom desks, shoved aside papers on the floor-ceiling tile fragments everywhere. But near the center of the room, 3 cheap metal folding chairs had been set up in a small circle. They looked almost new, compared to everything else their gray paint barely chipped. In the middle of that circle on the floor was a ring of small black stones or marbles, 12 of them maybe. They were arranged carefully, each one about the same distance from the next. Some were glossy, some dull. Under my beam, they gleamed like eyes. "Keep moving," Dylan said sharply from ahead. Forget it, we did. No one commented because acknowledging it would have meant admitting we were not the only ones who had treated this place like a meeting spot. The image still burned into my head anyway. The empty chairs, the focused little circle of dark, smooth objects where 4 sets of knees should have been. We reached the end of that hallway and mercifully found another stairwell. The sign above the door still had its letters, "Stair 2." The handle turned, but only a little before stopping with a dull thunk. "What now?" Marcus said, shoving it harder. The door jostled in the frame, but did not open. Something on the other side rattled with the impact. I stepped closer and aimed my flashlight through the narrow gap between the door and the frame. Metal glinted back at me. A thick chain had been looped through the push bar on the inside and then around a vertical support secured with a padlock. The links were bright, almost chrome, reflecting our beams. No rust, no corrosion. The padlock's brand name was still readable black letters on shiny metal. This was not relic hardware from when the school had first closed. This was new. Someone had been in here recently enough, and often enough to decide this exit needed to stay closed. Locked. Rizzo asked, though the answer was obvious. "Chained," I said. "From the other side." "Great," Dylan muttered. "Cool. Love that for us." Marcus slammed his palm against the door once in frustration. The chain clanked loud in the stairwell beyond metal, hitting metal in a hollow jangle that echoed up and down. The sound came back to us doubled, like someone on the other side had answered with their own rattle. We all stepped back at the same time. 4.2. I should have cut you the first time. We did what you are never supposed to do in horror movies. We went back the way we came, without actually knowing where that was. Our breathing got louder as we moved, that shallow, useless kind that does not really get air into you, just flutters in your throat. The stagnant air of the school made it worse, like trying to inhale through damp cloth. "Dude, we gotta call somebody," Rizzo said. His voice was just short of cracking. Like actual cops, actual 911. This is not a trespassing ticket anymore. Call with what Dylan shot back. Carrier pigeon. My phone's been dead on service since the boiler room. We checked anyway. Reflex. I pulled my phone out. No service glowed back at me smug. Dylan's screen showed the same thing when he flicked it awake. Rizzo did not even bother. He already knew. Marcus looked down at his. "1 bar," he said. "Hold up." He thumbed at the screen, pulled up the dialer, punched in 911. The call button turned gray, then green, then went right back to the home screen. He tried again. Same result. A third time. Nothing. "It's not connecting," he said tightly. It's just not going through." "Maybe move toward a window," I said. "We are surrounded by windows," he snapped, gesturing uselessly at the closed classroom doors and the occasional grimy slice of glass half a hallway away. "This building is where bars come to die." We kept moving, not really choosing directions so much as flowing down whatever path was in front of us. Every corridor looked half familiar, like a blurry photo of somewhere we had actually been. The repetition made my head feel floaty, like we were walking in circles even when we were not. We turned a corner and ran up hard against a new obstacle. At the far end of this stretch of hallway, an old roll-down security gate had been pulled halfway across, the kind you see in front of cafeteria entrances and school stores. It hung down from the ceiling in a sheet of interlocking metal squares, about chest height, leaving a gap beneath it you could not quite crawl through without shredding yourself. Beyond it, the corridor continued, but the light dropped off sharply. A broken exit sign flickered faintly on the other side, casting a sick bluish glow that smeared across the floor and barely touched the walls. For a second, we all just stopped. There was something about that half-lowered barrier that felt worse than a locked door. A locked door was a clear no. This was a maybe, a tease. You could see beyond it. You just were not meant to go there. "Do we go around?" Rizzo asked, though there was nowhere obvious to go. Before anyone could answer, the footsteps came again, this time from ahead, from beyond the gate. They were slow now, measured, not running. Each impact was distinct shoe on tile, slight squeak heel, then toe. They echoed down the corridor toward us, not loud but clear in the dead air. Whoever owned them was in no hurry. That more than anything made my insides go cold. The steps stopped just out of sight, where the light from our beams and the dying exit sign could not quite reach. I could not see anyone, but I could feel eyes. It is a stupid phrase, feel eyes, but there is no other way to say it. The sensation of being lined up in someone's sight scanned and weighed. The security gate's grid pattern did not help. Each little square of metal could be a vantage point, a place to peer through. The space beyond looked like a collection of tiny dark screens, any one of which might suddenly brighten with a face. Marcus lifted his flashlight a little, but did not aim it fully yet. No one stepped forward. No one backed away. We just hovered there a few feet from the gate like animals on the edge of a new territory. The voice came from beyond the metal. Male, low, and too casual. Not a shout, not a threat barked across distance. More like the first line of a conversation picked up mid-argument. "You shouldn't have come back," he said. The words slid between the gate links like smoke. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. He did not sound surprised we were there. He sounded annoyed, familiar. We had never been here before in our lives. No one answered. I could hear Rizzo's breathing hitch. Dylan's light trembled a little where it hit the floor. The exit sign behind the gate flickered, buzzing faintly. There was a beat of silence long enough to stretch and thin. Then the voice spoke again, same tone, a little closer. "I should have cut you the first time." He said it like it was a fact he had lived with for a while. A mistake, a regret. A line he had repeated enough that it had worn grooves in his mouth. I do not know how to explain this, but the words did not land on us as new. Something about the phrasing, the rhythm, felt rehearsed, like he had said it before. Not to us, to someone, somewhere. Long enough ago, that first time had congealed into part of the script. I could not make my tongue work. None of us could. We just stood there pinned. Marcus forced himself back into his body first. I saw him straighten his shoulders, anger stepping in to cover terror once again. He snapped his flashlight beam up and aimed it through the mesh. For a split second, the light caught a face. It was partially obscured by a hood, dark fabric shadowing most of it, but the lower half was visible enough to register as human. Skin too pale, where it was not smeared with something dark along the jaw and around the mouth. Dirt, maybe? Or old dried. Something else. The eyes under the shadow reflected the beam in a flat, unnatural way. For a moment, like the way animals' eyes shine in brights. I could not tell what color they actually were. Just 2 points where the light hit and bounced back cold. Behind him, in the brief flare, there were other shapes, blurs of darker against dark. The suggestion of shoulders, hoods, edges of sleeves. People, or close enough to people, standing just out of the beam, close enough that you could believe they were there even when you could not see them fully. My flashlight died. No dimming, no warning blink. 1 second, it was a solid knife of white cutting through dust and metal. The next, it was nothing. Pure black swallowed my side of the hallway. The weight of the flashlight in my hand remained solid and real, but the beam was gone like someone had pinched it out with 2 fingers. Shit, I said too loud in the sudden dark on my side. My light panic is contagious. Dylan's beam jerked with the jump in my voice swinging too fast. It skated up the ceiling, down the wall, then across the gate. For a heartbeat, it caught fingers, 3 or 4 of them, curled around the metal from the other side. The knuckles were pale. The nails looked too clean for this place. Then the beam slipped, hitting only the bars. The voice on the other side chuckled once, not as soft as the laugh in the stairwell, but close. Like an older brother, finally getting the reaction he wanted. The footsteps started again, but this time they did not move away as a single set. The sound fractured. Some steps went left, some right. Some seemed to move back into the darkness beyond the range of the exit sign. You could hear at least 2 different rhythms, maybe more, peeling off in different directions, like they were branching through the T-junctions of their own private map. My dead flashlight was still warm in my hand. Too warm, like it had been overworked. The metal casing almost felt like skin with a fever. "Run," Dylan said, and there was no argument in anyone's mouth. We spun away from the gate, away from the voice, and the grid of metal squares that suddenly felt like nothing more than a suggestion of safety. Our footsteps exploded down the corridor, loud and graceless. The building did its echo trick, again multiplying our sounds until they blurred into something larger. Behind us, the footsteps on the other side receded, but not quickly. Just enough to let us know they were not worried about catching up. They knew the exits here better than we did. They knew which doors would open and which would not. We were the ones guessing. We ran until my lungs burned and my legs buzzed until the corridors blurred together so badly that I stopped trying to remember which turns we took. The only priority became a way. It was not until much later, back in my bland townhouse, my hands still shaking, that I unscrewed the cap on that cherished flashlight to check the batteries. I expected them to be dead drained, something melted. They were full. No leakage. No corrosion. No reason for the light to have gone out at the precise moment it did, except that something in that school wanted to see what we would do in the dark. 4. 3. Running blind and finding the door that should not have been open. The next few minutes exist in my memory like a series of blurry frames, not a continuous reel. I can string them together now, but at the time, it felt like being yanked from one snapshot to the next. "Go," Marcus barked. And we did. We ran. The hallway in front of us stretched longer than it had any right to. Dylan's flashlight beam bounced wildly, hitting ceiling floor corners our own backs. Every time it landed on a door window, the wired glass flashed white, and I half expected a face to appear on the other side pressed up against it, following our movement with calm eyes. Our sneakers slapped the tile loud and arrhythmic. My lungs started burning almost immediately, the air in the building too thick and stale to be any help. The duffel thumped against Marcus's side with every stride, the cans inside clattering like a bag of bones. Somewhere behind us, the footsteps came back, not just one set this time, several. Some heavier, some lighter, hitting the floor at slightly different tempos. What made it worse was the way the echoes folded them together, so you could not tell how many there actually were, or how close. "You're not getting out," someone yelled their voice, pitching up on the last word like a laugh. "Got the doors covered," another voice shouted further back, words smeared by distance and bouncing walls. The words did not sound angry. They sounded entertained, like this was the fun part. The metallic clink came again closer now. Not a single tap this time, but a series of them, irregular, like something being dragged along a line of lockers as the owner ran. Metal on metal, stuttering in and out of rhythm with the footsteps. We tore around a corner and nearly plowed into a dead end. Another gate, this one fully down. The interlocking metal curtain blocked the hallway from ceiling to floor. No gap at the bottom, no hope of squeezing under. For one gut-twisting second, it felt like the entire night had been leading here to this idiotic, avoidable trap of our own making. Shit. Rizzo gasped, skidding his shoulder, slamming the gate and setting it rattling. Behind us, the footsteps got louder, rounding the turn we had just come from. My body tensed for the sight of figures appearing at the end of the hall, filling the space we had just occupied. Marcus did not freeze. He did what Marcus does, picked a direction and committed. He veered hard to the right into a classroom doorway we had almost missed in our blind sprint. The door was half open, the glass in its window shattered out. Dylan and I followed Rizzo on our heels, the room swallowing us for a second. Desks lay scattered everywhere, some on their sides, others piled near the windows like makeshift barricades. The ceiling here was worse, with whole panels missing insulation hanging down in ragged clumps. The air smelled sharper, more exposed. There, Dylan pointed with his light. On the far side of the room, another door. Not one we had used before, not one that should have been there, according to any normal school layout, but there it was, a narrow metal door, with no window paint flaking around the handle. We went for it. Marcus grabbed the knob, twisted. It turned. The door gave. We spilled into a side hallway that felt different. The decay was worse here. More broken windows, more draft. I could feel faint night air on my sweaty face for the first time in what felt like hours. The smell changed too. Less mildew, more outside. Damp weeds, asphalt, the faint ghost of someone's laundry, venting from a house down the block. Exit signs hung at intervals along the ceiling. Most were dead, their plastic casings cracked and dark. One ahead of us still glowed faintly red, the letters smeared by grime, but unmistakable. "Follow that," Dylan wheezed. "Red is good." We ran toward it like it was a lifeline. The footsteps behind us did not vanish, but they grew more chaotic, bouncing off the different geometry of these halls. Some sounded like they were above us again, some further to the side, like our pursuers had hit their own intersections and were choosing paths on their private map. "You're not getting out," someone called again. Closer now, almost playful. "Watch him run," another voice said lower, amused. We hit a set of double doors beneath the dim exit sign. This was the moment I was sure the building would slam the metaphorical door in our faces, that the crash bars would be chained from the other side, or refuse to budge or break under Marcus's hands. Something cinematic and cruel. Marcus did not hesitate. He threw his shoulder into the left-hand bar with everything he had. For a split second, there was resistance, a familiar, stubborn weight, that feeling of a sealed building reminding you that you are not welcome. Then the bar gave. It punched inward with a loud metallic thunk, and both doors flew open. Beyond them was a stairwell, but not like the others we had been lost in. The air on the other side hit my face in a cool, fresh wave. It tasted different, cleaner, outside adjacent. We stumbled through, nearly tripping over each other in our rush. The door slammed behind us with a boom that echoed up and down the shaft. For a heartbeat, the building's internal noises dimmed. From somewhere nearby, faint but distinct, came sounds that did not belong to the school at all. Crickets, the soft trill of them bleeding in from whatever cracks and vents connected this stairwell to the outdoors. The distant rev and downshift of a motorcycle on the main road, a car hitting a pothole, and the brief, hollow bang of suspension protesting. "We're close," Rizzo panted. We're close down." We went down in big, reckless bounds, taking 2 or 3 steps at a time. Hands slapped the railings for balance and skidded on layers of dust. On one landing, Marcus misjudged, and his foot hit the edge wrong. He lurched the duffel swinging. Dylan grabbed the back of his hoodie and yanked him upright with a grunt before momentum could carry both of them into the wall. My thighs burned. My chest felt like it had shrunk. Every breath was a saw dragged through my ribs. I could hear blood pounding in my ears, almost loud enough to cover the faint echoes of footsteps still somewhere in the building's upper levels. We hit the bottom flight. Another set of double doors waited there, these ones, with narrow vertical windows set into them. The glass was too dirty to see anything through clearly, just shadows and the vagueness of space beyond. "If these are locked, I'm burning this whole place down," Dylan rasped. Marcus did not answer. He slammed his palm into the crash bar. It pushed in. The latch released. The doors burst open on a night that suddenly felt too big. We stumbled out into the school's side yard, the world exploding into smell and sound and space. The first thing that hit me was the air. Cold compared to the inside, even in late summer. It smelled like damp dirt-cut grass that had gone to seed the faint petroleum tang of the nearby road. The humidity that had pressed on us inside still hung in the atmosphere, but out here, it felt like something you could swim through instead of choke on. Weeds brushed our legs as we staggered forward, a mix of tall grass and wild plants that had taken over what had once been a neat strip of maintained lawn. Somewhere nearby, a chain-link fence rattled in the breeze. In the distance, a dog barked twice, then went quiet. "Don't stop," Marcus said, voice hoarse. "Fence. Now." We ran across the yard, no stealth left in us. My shoes slipped on patches of bare dirt. A branch snagged my jeans and tore a line down the side. The building loomed at our backs, a dark mass, with the occasional boarded window catching a glint of streetlight. The cut in the fence appeared ahead, like the answer to a question I had not dared to ask. The edges of the hole looked even sharper from this side, the metal catching the faint orange glow from a distant street lamp. The mud patch in front of it was a mess now. Our earlier exit prints, the unknown larger ones, all churned together. Marcus reached it first, ducking and dragging the duffel through the strap, catching briefly on a jut of wire before he yanked it free. Dylan went next, then Rizzo, almost getting his hoodie snagged. When it was my turn, I dropped to a crouch and shoved myself through. The cut wire scraped my forearm hard enough to sting. My jeans caught at the knee and tore with a loud rip. I did not care. On the other side, my feet hit sidewalk, and the solidity of poured concrete under my shoes felt like a miracle. We did not look back. Not yet. We walked fast at first, then jogged, then ran the last half block to the Civic, like kids late for curfew. Every house we passed looked painfully normal. Front steps, potted plants, a porch light left on over an empty chair. The distance between that world and the one we had just left felt unreal. The car sat exactly where we had left it, under the same street lamp, looking small and stupid and safe. We piled in without any of the usual shoving for seats or jokes. Doors slammed hard, all four almost in sync. Marcus jammed the locks down with his thumb, then turned the key in the ignition. The engine caught with a roar that seemed too loud for the quiet neighborhood. The dashboard lights jumped to life in a wash of soft orange and green. The clock in the center flashed. 1:14 a.m. For a second, no one spoke. The only sounds were the engine idle, our ragged breathing, the faint rattle of something loose in the door panel. My heart was still beating too fast to feel like it belonged to me. Marcus put the car in gear and pulled away from the curb tires crunching gravel and broken glass. The school slid out of our direct line of sight as we turned off the block. The street lights ahead formed a tunnel of sodium yellow that felt somehow safer than any darkness. I told myself not to look back. I did it anyway. As we turned the corner at the end of the block, I twisted in my seat and looked through the rear window just once. For a moment, between the silhouettes of two houses and above the dark line of the fence, I could see a portion of the school's third floor. Most of the windows there were boarded over flat black rectangles. But between two sheets of ply, there was a narrow slit of exposed glass. In that slice, a steady orange glow burned. Not the harsh white of a flashlight, not the cold blue of a phone screen, but something warmer, flickering just barely at the edges. Candlelight, firelight. It pulsed softly against the glass, too constant to be a passing reflection from the street. As we passed through the intersection, the car's motion shifted the angle, and for one heartbeat, three shapes stood in front of that glow. Three silhouettes, hooded shoulders, close together, heads turned toward the street, watching. Then a house blocked the view, and they were gone. 5.1, the car ride, where no one wanted to be the first to say cult. The Civic smelled like we had trapped the whole night inside with us. Sweat dust and leftover paint fumes clung to the upholstery. The windows were fogged at the edges from our breathing halos of moisture slowly spreading from each corner. The dome light had barely clicked off before I noticed how white Marcus's knuckles were on the steering wheel, his fingers digging in so hard the tendons stood out like cables. For a while, nobody said a thing. The only sounds were mechanical and small. The engine's steady drone, the faint hum of the AC on low, doing next to nothing but still fighting. The rattle in the passenger side door when we hit a rough patch of road. Somewhere under all that, in the cramped quiet, I could hear my own pulse pounding in my ears. Marcus stopped at the first red light, like an actual human being, which felt insane given what we had just run from. The turn signal clicked on tick, tick, tick too loud for such a tiny motion, a metronome for our silence. Rizzo broke first. "Fuck," he muttered. Then again, louder. "Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck." It was not the casual swearing he usually threw around like punctuation. It came out flat and breathy like the word itself was the only thing keeping his lungs moving. Dylan let out a sound that was part laugh, part exhale. "Dude," he said. "What the hell was that? Like, actually, what the hell was that?" His tone tried to lean toward disbelief, toward, "This story will sound great in a week," but it hung there, unsupported. Nobody jumped in to build the myth. We were still too close. The light turned green. Marcus accelerated a little too hard, the engine whining before he corrected and eased off. His eyes stayed glued to the road, but I could see the way his chest rose and fell faster than it should have for someone just driving. I realized I was clutching my dead flashlight in my lap with both hands, fingers cramped around it like it might try to jump ship. Did anyone? I started, then had to clear my throat to get my voice to come out right. Did anyone actually see their faces? At the gate? Dylan shook his head immediately. "Not really," he said. "Hood, shadow, human shape sure, but I couldn't pick them out of a lineup. Just eyes. Kind of." "I saw more than I wanted," Marcus said through his teeth. "They were right there when your light cut out. Right there." "What about earlier?" I asked, turning in my seat a little to look back at Rizzo. "That thing you texted. The 3 cloaked figures, classroom. You didn't tell us that part." He did not answer right away. His gaze was fixed on the middle of the windshield, even though from the back seat he could not see much besides headrests and reflected light. His leg bounced relentlessly, the movement making the empty plastic bottles in the door pocket clatter. "We didn't want to sound crazy," he said finally. His voice had gone small, like it already felt sketchy enough dragging you guys here. "Hey, come explore the Satan Middle School. I thought if I said what we saw, you'd think I was just trying to hype it." "Tell us now," Dylan said. The words came out sharper than he probably meant them to, but nobody flinched. Rizzo rubbed his hands over his face, fingers digging into his eyebrows. "Me and Marcus were looking for the roof," he said, "before you guys went up. We went down a level by mistake. I swear, it was just we heard this metallic clinking from one of the rooms. I thought it was you two, like you were already messing with the cans or something. I remembered the clink in the stairwell in the hallways, how it had followed us." My grip tightened on the flashlight. "So we look in," Rizzo went on, "and there's these 3 people, hoodies up, dark clothes, sitting in those shitty plastic chairs. They're hunched over something on the floor between them. I couldn't see exactly what it was, but like, their hands were moving. Small motions. They were touching something. Little things. Stones, marbles, whatever. It was laid out in a pattern." His voice faltered. "They didn't even look up," he said. "Not at first. It was like we weren't there. And then one of them, I don't know if he heard us or felt us, but his head came up slow. He didn't say anything. Didn't rush us. Just looked. And I bailed. I grabbed Marcus's sleeve and said, 'Wrong room, wrong room, wrong room.' And we just ran." Marcus swallowed. "I thought it was kids," he said, "like teenagers playing cult. I didn't want to feed into it, give them cool points. That's why I didn't make it a big deal." He exhaled hard, They weren't kids. Body language wasn't kid. Rizzo agreed quietly. Too calm. The blinker clicked on again as Marcus signaled for the next turn, the noise drilling into my skull. He flicked the wipers once, even though there was nothing on the windshield, the dry squeak of rubber on glass making my teeth hurt. So what Dylan said, we're all just saying it was a cult now. That's what we're doing, some local cult LARPing in an old school. Marcus snorted, but there was no humor in it. Local cult drug weirdos, squatters who watch too many movies, he said. Pick your poison. People get bored. They find a place like that, decide it's theirs, start making up rules. They probably think there's some kind of secret society. He said it like he wanted it to be that simple. Drug weirdos, squatters, bored people. People you could explain, even if you could not predict them. Nobody that bored chases strangers through 3 floors of asbestos and locked doors, Dylan said. That voice at the gate. He trailed off, then latched back onto the thought, like a dog onto a bone. What did he mean about the first time? He asked. Seriously. You shouldn't have come back. I should have cut you the first time. What first time? First time. What the question hung in the car, like the smell of sweat and fear and paint. There was no version of the answer that sounded good. Maybe he says that to everyone, Rizzo said weakly, like his whole bit, his little cult catchphrase. They probably rehearsed down there. Okay, Greg, tonight you say the line. He forced out a laugh. It died about halfway through. I stared at the blur of strip malls and dark houses sliding past the windows. The words looped in my head, stuck on replay. You shouldn't have come back. I should have cut you the first time. There was a subtle, horrible implication in there that I could not unhear. Whoever he was talking to in his head, it was not us. We were just stand-ins for someone else who had actually come back. Someone who had actually been there before. Someone he regretted not hurting worse. The AC hummed. The engine vibrated through the soles of my shoes. Somewhere in the dashboard, a loose plastic piece rattled intermittently. We're not going back, Dylan said suddenly, as if daring anyone to contradict him. Just so we're clear. No one more mission, no daytime would be less scary. We are done. Yeah, Marcus said. I'm not trying to die for a wall. We're done, Rizzo echoed, almost too quickly. Seriously. Retired. New hobbies. Bowling. Crochet. Whatever. The turn signal clicked on again as Marcus pulled onto my street. Nobody made a joke about dropping me off last like some horror movie trope. We were beyond that. The night had sanded those instincts down. We did the rounds, in order quiet little dissolves, back into normal life. A neighborhood here, an apartment complex there. Each stop was the same. The car slowing, the crunch of tires against curb, the soft thunk of doors opening and closing. Text when you're inside, Dylan said. When it was his turn, the words automatic borrowed from a safer context. Yeah, I said. You too. Rizzo half turned in his seat as he slid out. Looked like he wanted to say something else, then just nodded. Later he muttered, no fist bumps. No exaggerated retellings at the curb. Just a shared understanding that we were all going to pretend this never happened as hard as we could. When it was my stop, Marcus idled in front of my building for a few seconds longer than necessary. You good? He asked, eyes still on the road. I will be. I lied. We'll talk tomorrow. We did not really. Not about the things that mattered. I climbed the stairs to my apartment, with my heartbeat still not quite settled. My ears tuned too sharply to every creak. The hallway lights buzzed in that cheap fluorescent way. The familiar smells, fried food from someone's kitchen. The faint detergent scent from the laundry room downstairs felt like a costume over something thinner. Inside my unit, the fridge hummed. The clock on the stove glowed 1:42 a.m. I locked the deadbolt and slid the chain across without thinking. The chain felt like a toy. I turned on the kitchen light, then the living room needing the brightness, even if it was the sickly yellow of rental bulbs. Only when all the switches had been flipped did I set my stuff down. Keys on the counter, phone face down, backpack in the corner. The flashlight stayed in my hand. I realized I'd been holding it the whole walk from the car like a kid with a security blanket or a relic. It was still warm against my palm, in a way that felt almost wrong. I told myself it was from use, from being on, so long before it died. I unscrewed the tail cap and dumped the batteries onto the kitchen table. They rolled a little, then settled in a small cluster, metallic and ordinary. They should have been drained. Leaking. Something to prove that what happened at the gate had a reason. I dug out the little plastic tester I kept in a junk drawer, something I had bought on a boring day shift years back and almost never used. One by one, I pressed the batteries into it. Full, full, full. Each little indicator line jumped into the green. No hesitation, no fade. My skin went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the AC. I sat there for a long time, the apartment ticking softly around me, the world outside my window moving on with its own late-night routines. Eventually, because I had to know, I put the batteries back in the flashlight, twisted the cap on, and clicked the switch. The beam that sprang to life was bright, steady, perfect. It cut across my living room wall, illuminating every lazy scuff and smudge I had stopped seeing months ago. There was no flicker, no lag, no reason it should have gone dark in that school at the exact second it did, unless the reason had nothing to do with the batteries at all. 5.2. Weeks of rationalizing and a thread on an Urbex forum. For a while, life pretended to go back to normal. I went back to my shift's stocking shelves, dealing with customers who acted like the world was ending because we were out of their favorite brand of cereal. I ate too much late-night fast food in my car, the interior slowly gathering more wrappers and cups. I ended up at diners at 1 a.m, with the same rotating cast of acquaintances, everybody complaining about work and money and relationships. On the surface, nothing had changed. Underneath, something between the four of us had a crack in it. We still texted. We still sent each other TikToks and memes, but there was an invisible fence around certain topics. Every time someone floated the idea of a new spot, an old office park in Clifton, a drainage tunnel near the river, a half-dead strip mall off Route 21, someone else shot it down immediately. Too far, too busy, too many cameras. The real reason never got said aloud. We did not need to. The night at Northfield sat in the middle of every conversation like a fifth person listening. I noticed the jumpiness first in small ways. The hallway in my apartment building had always creaked. The floorboards were old, the walls thin. Before I had filtered those sounds out automatically. They were just part of the ambient noise of living around other people. Now every time I heard a board groan or a pipe knock, my shoulders tensed. Footsteps from my upstairs neighbor's unit used to be background texture. After the school, they sounded wrong. The steady pace of someone crossing their living room or kitchen would just for a heartbeat become the rapid, heavy impacts in my head, the sound of boots on school tile above us, that too even rhythm. I would freeze in the middle of my own floor and have to remind myself where I was. More than once, I caught myself pausing at my own front door, listening to nothing, my hand hovering over the chain, like that extra piece of metal would do anything if someone on the other side decided it was time to talk about the first time. I started trying to talk myself out of it in the way you do when you know your brain is trying to build a ghost out of bones and bad lighting. Homeless camp, I told myself. People needed shelter. Old schools were dry and out of the wind. Maybe whoever we saw had claimed parts of the building and did not want strangers messing it up. It would explain the fresh trash, the moved bag, the new chains. Or a gang. Some local crew using the place as a stash house or meeting spot. The symbols could have been their thing. The circles of stones, the bones in the basement, the careful pentagrams, crude ritual as flex. You hear stories like that, guys getting into weird power games, building little cults around themselves. It fit better than demons in the guidance office. The voice at the gate was just a man. Men say insane things when they feel trapped or in control. I should have cut you the first time could have been a line from some bad movie he was parroting, an attempt at being theatrical. We fell for it because we were primed to. The symbol on the whiteboard was just graffiti. I knew dozens of writers who liked to blend occult imagery into their work. People think pentagram and immediately add 3 points of dread. It did not have to mean anything beyond this, looked cool to someone with a can of Rust-Oleum. I built those explanations, like scaffolding around the memory, trying to shore it up, make it less monstrous. They worked in daylight. They crumbled a little every time I walked my apartment in the dark. One night, maybe a month after I was up later than I should have been. The kind of late where the world feels hollowed out, and the only light in your place is the blue-white of your laptop screen. I ended up on the same Urbex forum where Marcus had first shown us the grainy photos of Northfield Middle. Muscle memory took me there, bookmark login scroll. Threads about abandoned hospitals, forgotten train stations, dead malls. Photos of long hallways peeling paint sun streaming through broken windows. I skimmed them with half interest, my brain drifting. Then a title jumped out at me like a hand from behind a curtain. Northfield Middle at night. Don't go alone. The timestamp said the thread was a few years old but recently bumped. For a few seconds, I just stared at the words. My heart did the annoying thing, where it sped up without my permission. Eventually, curiosity arm-wrestled dread into a corner, and I clicked. The original post was long. Too long to be trolling at least at a glance. The author's handle was one I did not recognize. They were careful about details: North Jersey, old middle school closed in the late 2000s, but no specific town, no exact address. It was clearly Northfield. The bones matched. They wrote about going in with 3 friends, about climbing through a cut fence, about corridors that all looked the same and how easy it was to get turned around. That by itself did not impress me. Anyone who had glanced at the building could have guessed those parts. Then the story bent. They described hearing voices they could not place, laughter that always seemed to vanish when they stopped to listen. Heavy footsteps overhead, the sound of something metallic being tapped against a rail. They wrote about a roll-down security gate at the end of a hallway and a sense that something was on the other side, just out of the light. One paragraph stopped me cold. They mentioned a voice, a low male voice speaking through the gate. Not the exact words we heard, but close enough to make my skin crawl. "You shouldn't have come here again," the post quoted. I should have taken care of you the first night. Again. First. That same looping implication of a history the writer did not share. Attached at the bottom of the post was a single photo. It was badly taken, mostly black, the kind of thing you snap with shaking hands in a panic, and then forget you even captured. But I knew the geometry immediately. A long hallway, lit only by the flash walls, vanishing into darkness on either side. At the end, a roll-down gate. The flash had caught the metal in a harsh white rectangle, carving the grid pattern out of the dark. Behind the gate, where the flash died, something darker than the darkness stood. A figure, or the suggestion of one, centered, just tall enough to reach where the head would be. No details, just a shadow that the eye insisted on filling in. I leaned closer to the screen without meaning to my chair creaking. It was the foreground that really got me, though. On the right side of the frame, midway down the hall, there was a broken glass frame on the wall, maybe an old notice board or fire alarm panel. The flash had bounced off it, creating a splintered, faint reflection. The image inside that reflection was twisted, fragmented by cracks, but it was there, 4 shapes. I increased the zoom. The image broke into worse pixels, but some patterns survived. One of the reflected silhouettes had something on its head, a brim, a familiar bend that looked suspiciously like the beat-up baseball cap Marcus wore on every Explorer. Another shape seemed to be holding something long and thin at chest height, angled down a flashlight, maybe. My flashlight, the way my wrist turned when I walked. My brain might have been reaching. Faces were just noise at that resolution. But the proportions, the heights, the way they clustered that part, felt like us. 4 idiots mid-hall staring at a gate. I sat back, heart thudding. The cheap desk chair groaned in sympathy. It could have been coincidence. Same number of people, similar gear. Urbex groups tend to look alike in bad photos. That is the rational answer. That is the one I tried to staple over the part of me that was whispering other things. There were dozens of comments under the thread, half of them called BS. People accused the OP of fabricating the story for karma, of photoshopping the figure behind the gate. One user posted an overlay of the image with shadow person circled in red and nice try underneath. Another user went in a different direction. They said their uncle had worked for the town years ago and had warned them away from that place. They mentioned animals found mutilated in the vacant lot behind the school. Cats, raccoons talk in the neighborhood about rituals and kids in black hoodies chanting behind the gym. No dates, no proof, just gossip rumor calcified into urban legend. I scrolled past the arguments and image edits, the back and forth about camera metadata and shutter speeds. Down at the bottom, there was a short reply from an anonymous account. No avatar, no post history, just a generic auto-generated username and the one comment. It did not argue. It did not elaborate. It did not tell a story. It was one sentence. You never left. All caps. No period. I stared at those 3 words for a long time. The glow of the screen turning the rest of my apartment into a vague suggestion. The fridge hummed behind me. A car door slammed somewhere outside. The upstairs neighbor walked from the kitchen to the bedroom, their footsteps passing directly over my ceiling. For half a second, the sound morphed in my head, became the hollow thud of shoes on school tile above the steady pace of someone pacing familiar ground, counting down. The comment sat there at the bottom of the thread, pinned in my vision, like it had been written specifically for me. You never left. It felt less like a warning and more like an observation. 5.3. Losing touch and moving to the beige. Part of life. Time did what time always does. When you stop feeding it with chaos, it sanded the edges off everything. We never had a group meeting where we said, "Okay, that's it. We're done with abandoned places." It just happened. The next weekend, nobody brought it up. The weekend after that, Marcus mentioned a warehouse he had been eyeing, then shrugged it off halfway through describing it. Too many cameras, he said. Not worth the hassle. The truth was, he had started talking about other things. Legal things. Murals on sanctioned walls in Newark. Community art projects where you did not have to sprint when you heard sirens. Real money, in that he said, once tapping ash out the window of the Civic, which by then had a different set of stains, but the same rattle. Real visibility. I'm tired of painting for ghosts. Dylan left a year later. Got a job in another state, some IT thing in a glass office park he sent us a picture of. Rows of cubicles. A break room with a Keurig parking lot, full of identical sedans. He texted us pictures sometimes at first. Snow in his new town, his desk set up the bar he went to with coworkers. Rizzo stuck around the longest, but even he got peeled away. He had a minor accident one 4th of July, a Roman candle mishap in somebody's backyard. Nothing life-changing, just enough to require stitches and a lecture from an ER doctor who had seen too many almosts. He did not talk about fireworks the same way after that. The manic edge dulled. We still had a group chat. It just shifted from night missions to adult logistical nonsense. Anyone know a good mechanic? My job sucks. Look at this idiot I saw at Walmart. There were months where we barely used it at all. In the meantime, I aged into something that looked a lot like regular adulthood. Not the glamorous version you imagine when you are a kid. The other one. The one with direct deposit and dental coverage and a permanent low-level ache between your shoulder blades. I landed a job that did not involve a name tag on my shirt. It was not thrilling, some hybrid of logistics and customer service for a mid-sized company that shipped things in cardboard boxes, but the paycheck showed up every 2 weeks, like clockwork. My health insurance card felt heavier than it was when I put it in my wallet. My coworkers complained about office coffee and awkward team-building exercises. There were spreadsheets. There were meetings that could have been emails. There was a break room with a humming fridge and a microwave that ticked when it rotated. By the time I moved into the townhouse complex I live in now, the part of my life with fences and flashlights felt like someone else's reel. The complex is the sort of place you do not notice when you drive past it. Beige vinyl siding. Identical 2-story units arranged in polite little rows along a loop road. Each unit has a tiny rectangle of lawn out front that the HOA sends passive-aggressive emails about if you let it go too long without mowing. Parking spaces are numbered and painted carefully, the white lines fresh every spring. There is a cluster of mailboxes near the entrance where people stand in sweatpants and flip-flops at odd hours, sorting through junk mail and grocery flyers. Kids ride bikes in slow circles around the loop until it gets dark enough for porch lights to click on. Behind the last row of townhouses, there is a retention pond fenced off with black metal rails to make it look nicer than it is. In the summer, it smells vaguely of algae and warm mud. A thin line of trees edges the far side, their branches framing the constant low hum of the highway beyond. If you stand out there at night, you can hear tires hitting a particular expansion joint with a rhythmic thump. Inside my unit, the sounds are different from the places I used to break into. Softer, domesticated. My downstairs neighbor's laundry machine thumps in predictable cycles like a heartbeat for the building. The HVAC kicks on with a rush of air and a low vibrato hum that fades into the background until it stops and the sudden quiet feels wrong. A TV through the shared wall murmurs sitcom, laugh tracks, and crime show dialogue at odd hours. Someone's baby cries at 3 a.m., then goes silent again. For a long time, the school became just a story I did not tell. Not to coworkers over bad coffee. Not to dates when the topic of crazy things you did in your 20s came up. If I mention urban exploring at all, I picked safer anecdotes the time we had to hide in a fountain at the dead mall, when mall cops did a sweep the factory near the river, where Marcus almost fell through a metal grate but caught himself. Northfield sat in a sealed folder in my head, not erased, just unopened. The memory dulled around the edges the way old photographs do. The colors faded. The exact wording of the threats blurred. In my mind, the halls became less labyrinthine, the footsteps less precise. Sometimes, if I was feeling generous to myself, I could almost believe we had overreacted. That fear had painted details sharper than they really were. Life has a way of testing the stories you build for your own comfort. One random afternoon, I was standing in line at a grocery store, cart full of boring adulthood food, frozen vegetables, coffee chicken toilet paper. The fluorescent lights were too bright, buzzing overhead. The conveyor belt in front of me squeaked in increments as it moved someone else's items forward. A cluster of high school kids loitered in the impulse buy gauntlet, talking too loud. One of them had a backpack slung over one shoulder, the other strap dragging. On the front pocket of the backpack, someone had drawn a symbol in black marker, a star inside a circle. My stomach did an ugly little drop before my brain caught up. It was not an exact match for what we had seen on the whiteboard. The lines were uneven, the proportions slightly off the circle wobblier. A doodle done in math class, not a measured piece painted with intent. But for a second, my eyes refused to see the imperfections. They latched onto the shape and pulled me back into a cold classroom with paint dripping down over old marker lines. The kid turned slightly, laughing at something his friend said, and the symbol caught the light just right. Edgy marker art, I told myself. Pentagrams are on 1,000,000 t-shirts and album covers. It is not special. It is not them. I focused on unloading my cart. Bags crinkled. The cashier asked me how my day was and did not listen to the answer. The world stayed annoyingly ordinary, and I let it. Months went by. The memory slid back into its padded drawer. Then late one evening, my phone buzzed on the coffee table while I was half watching some sitcom rerun in sweatpants. I glanced over, expecting a notification from a group chat or a spam email. It was a text from an unknown number. No name. Just a 10-digit string I did not recognize, and a blue bubble containing a link to a local news site I usually only saw when people shared crime stories on Facebook. For a second, I considered not opening it. Then I tapped. The headline popped up in big, sober font over a grainy thumbnail photo. Urban explorer falls through floor in abandoned school, critical condition. The picture was small, but I did not need it to be large to recognize the building. The angle was from the street chain link fence, in the foreground sagging. Beyond it, the same hulking shape of Northfield windows, boarded bricks, dark with age and weather. I clicked through. The article was short, the kind of thing a local reporter throws together off a police blotter and a phone call. A 20-something man had been exploring the old school at night with friends. Rotting floors, unsafe conditions, warnings ignored. He had fallen through from the second floor into a lower hallway and been impaled on debris. His friends had called 911 from inside. Rescue crews took hours to get him out safely enough to transport. He was in critical but stable condition at county. There was no mention of hooded figures, no voice at a gate, no symbols or circles or chains that had not been put there by the town. Just unsafe structure, trespassing, abandoned property posing risk. The closing line quoted a police spokesperson urging residents to stay out of condemned buildings. I read it twice, then a third time, even though the details did not change. In the small photo, embedded midway down the article, taken by some passing witness or bored stringer, the school's dark windows stared back at the camera. The gap where the cut fence was our gap was not visible from that angle. The retention pond was just out of frame. Everything else about it was exactly the same. My phone screen dimmed slightly as its auto brightness adjusted to the room. I looked at the number that had sent the link. No name. No previous texts. No clue. I thought for half a second about replying. Then the AC kicked on with a hollow thump in the vents, and from upstairs came the steady sound of someone walking from one end of their unit to the other. Heel, toe. Heel, toe. I set the phone down face down on the table and listened just a little too closely to where the footsteps fell above my ceiling. 6.1. HOA, emails, and security cameras. My life now on paper is the kind of boring that used to make me itch. I wake up to an iPhone alarm, not because I'm trying to catch sunrise in some forgotten industrial park, but because I have to be logged into a VPN by 9:00 a.m. every weekday. I answer emails. I sit in video calls where everyone's square looks the same neutral background, tired eyes, forced smiles. I go to the gym sometimes if guilt outweighs inertia. I microwave meals more often than I cook anything from scratch. I let Netflix autoplay the next episode without really watching it. I scroll Reddit in bed until my eyes feel like they are buzzing and my thumb hurts. If you asked me to describe my life in 2 words, I would probably say boringly safe. That was the joke I used to make anyway. The townhouse complex does its part to keep things predictable. The loop road does exactly that, loops past identical rows of beige siding and white trim. Numbered parking spaces sit in careful pairs in front of each unit. On trash nights, the curb is lined with the same blue recycling bins and black bags like a little parade of domestic sameness. The HOA loves emails. They send them about everything. Snow removal schedules, friendly reminders about where to store your bins, notices about seasonal landscaping. The subject lines are always formal and faintly scolding, like a teacher who likes you but is disappointed. The first one that mattered came on a Tuesday afternoon, sandwiched between a work email about shipment delays and a promo from a clothing store I never actually buy from. Subject line, minor vandalism. North parking lot. I almost deleted it without opening. Minor vandalism sounded like kids drawing dicks on the sidewalk in chalk. Not my problem, not my business. Instead, I clicked. The body of the email was written in the HOA board's careful, bland tone. Dear residents, we wanted to make you aware of a minor vandalism incident that occurred overnight on the exterior wall facing the north parking lot. Some graffiti was discovered on the stucco surface this morning. Please rest assured that this appears to be an isolated incident. We have already contacted our maintenance vendor, and expect it to be painted over within the next 48 hours. If you saw anything unusual between the hours of 2:30 a.m. and 4:00 a.m., please contact the management office. For your awareness, a still image from our security camera footage is attached below. Thank you for helping us keep the community safe and clean. There was a little JPG attached at the bottom, embedded in the email. A security camera, still the usual muddy colors and weird fisheye warping. I clicked it open. The image was grainy, but clear enough. The camera was angled down toward the north lot, the one that faces the main road. You could see a row of parked cars along the curb sedans, an SUV someone's pickup. Beyond them, the white stucco sidewall of the end unit, the part that faces out rather than into the loop. On that wall in the center of the frame was the graffiti. At first glance, it was just a black shape. Spray paint, maybe 6 or 7 feet wide, stark against the white. I leaned closer, squinting, and my stomach did a flip that felt stupid and disproportionate for a pixelated image. It was a circle, not perfect, slightly oblong, hand-done, but close enough that my brain accepted it. Inside the circle, lines crossed to form a star. It was not an exact pentagram. One of the lines was off-cutting at a wrong angle, and the proportions made the star look a little warped. But the intent was obvious. Circle, star, black paint. The basic visual equation. I scrolled in, zooming the image until the pixels fuzzed into chunky squares. The black paint deepened at the edges, darker where the nozzle had passed more than once, lighter in spots where the spray had thinned at the end of a stroke. Faint streaks ran down from the bottom curve of the circle trails where the paint had been heavy enough to drip. It was fresh. I knew that just by looking. The black was still deep and glossy instead of sun-faded. The drips hadn't had time to collect dust. Behind my laptop, the world of the complex went on doing its thing. Through the closed window, I could hear a pack of kids yelling faintly somewhere out in the lot. The high, excited tone of an argument over who was it. A car door slammed. Someone's bass thumped for a few seconds before cutting off the low frequencies, vibrating slightly through the glass. Farther away, on the main road, cars whispered by in a steady hush, tires moving over asphalt seams like distant waves. I sat there hunched over the laptop, the glow of the screen making the rest of the room feel dim and unreal, and tried to decide how much of this reaction was reasonable. Kids copy symbols all the time. They see them on album covers, in horror movies, on TikTok. A circle and star shape is easy to draw and guaranteed to freak out adults. You do not need a basement full of bones to get there. You just need a can and boredom. I told myself that, out loud even. Teenagers, I muttered. Kids being edgy. My stomach did not buy it as quickly as my mouth did. I scrolled back up and reread the email. Minor vandalism. Isolated incident. Painted over within 48 hours. The board clearly wanted this to be a non-story. Something neat to tuck away and forget. My eyes drifted back down to the bottom of the frame where the camera overlay sat. In the corner of the still image, in that blocky white font, all security cameras seemed to use was the timestamp. 03:17 Sarbo 8 TU 09. They had blurred the exact date for privacy, but I did not need it. 3:17 a.m. The specific time hit me harder than the symbol had, because I remembered that night. Not clearly, not like a scene from a movie, but as a spike in the flat line of sleep. Waking up in the dark, heart pounding for no good reason, the room around me too quiet. Laying there with my eyes open, staring at the faint rectangle of lighter gray where the blinds did not fully meet the sill. I remembered lying on my side facing the window with that prickling feeling at the back of my neck that says you are not as alone as you think you are. The sense, not a sound, not a shadow, just a sense that something had just passed by outside. Not lingered. Passed. It is stupid. The space between my bedroom window and the thin strip of lawn is maybe 6 feet. The sidewalk runs beyond that. Anyone walking a dog or coming home late would have to pass by. Movement steps a shadow across the blinds. None of that is unusual. But that night, I did not get up to check. I did not look. I glanced at my phone instead, screen 2, bright eyes stinging, and saw the time, 3:18 a.m. I remembered rolling over, pulling the blanket higher, telling myself I was being dramatic, and eventually falling back asleep to the hum of the HVAC and the soft, arrhythmic thumps of someone's laundry in the unit below. Now, staring at the timestamp on the security still, 3:17 a.m., that memory snapped into place like a puzzle piece that had been sitting upside down on the table. Whatever kid or adult or whoever had stood out there with a can of black paint and drawn that symbol on our nice clean stucco wall had done it at the same time my body had decided, without consulting me, that it needed to wake up. Coincidence, I told myself again, because the alternatives were a short, steep slide I did not want to start down. Coincidence, I said, while my hand moved the cursor to the corner of the image and zoomed in one more time, watching the circle and lines dissolve into squares of black and gray until there was nothing left to see but noise. 6.2. The night he hears the hissing again. The second email came on a Thursday. By then, I had almost convinced myself the first one was a fluke. A stupid symbol sprayed by bored kids my 3 a.m. wake up. Just a random misfire from a brain that had always been a little too eager to connect dots. Then my phone lit up during lunch with another HOA subject line. Loitering around retention pond. I opened it before my work email, which says something about my priorities. Dear residents, we have received a report of suspicious activity near the retention pond behind buildings 7 to 9 in the early hours of this morning. Security camera footage shows 3 individuals wearing hooded sweatshirts lingering near the fenced area around 12:45 a.m. At this time, there is no evidence of vandalism or property damage. The individuals left the premises after approximately 10 minutes. The footage has been shared with local law enforcement as a precaution. Please remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the management office or police non-emergency line. A still from the camera is attached for your awareness. Another embedded JPG at the bottom, infrared this time. The image had that grainy high contrast look of cheap night vision cameras. The colors were gone, replaced by shades of gray and white. The retention pond fence cut a dark horizontal line across the lower half of the frame. Just beyond it, the slight slope down to the water disappeared into darkness. At the left edge of the frame, 3 figures stood near the fence. They were just shapes at the edge of the infrared range, all in hooded sweatshirts. The hoods were up, casting their faces in shadow, where the IR didn't quite catch. The bodies were pale gray against the darker background, featureless. One stood with hands in pockets. Another had one arm raised, hand against the fence or the pole. The third lingered slightly behind a step further from the camera. You could not see faces, just silhouettes, just the fact of them. My throat felt dry all of a sudden. I swallowed and leaned closer. Behind them on the retaining wall that separates the back patios from the grass slope, something else had been picked up by the camera, fainter than the figures, almost lost in the blur. A darker smudge on the stucco, roughly circular. It was incomplete. Half a circle, maybe curving from one side of the frame toward the center, then stopping. A diagonal line cut through part of it, like someone had started a larger shape and been interrupted. The IR filter made it hard to be sure, but the outline was uncomfortably familiar. The kind of familiarity that hits you in your chest before your brain decides what to call it. Circle, lines, not finished, but heading there. I zoomed in until the figures became blocky ghosts, and the wall texture turned into big squares of static. The half symbol never resolved fully. It stayed in that liminal zone of maybe, which is sometimes worse than a clear yes. My anxiety, which had been hovering at a low simmer since the first email, turned up a notch. I started doing things I had never bothered with before. I triple-checked the locks at night. Front door deadbolt, chain, patio slider. I would twist each one tug, gently make sure nothing gave. Then I would walk away, get halfway down the hall, and turn back to check the chain again, because my brain whispered, "You might have imagined that click." I left the porch light on more often. The soft yellow glow spilled over the tiny concrete pad out front, painting the numbered parking spaces in a weak halo. It made me feel better, even though anyone who wanted to do anything bad knew how to avoid cameras and puddles of light. I heard more things too. Or maybe I just listened harder. Footsteps in the hallway outside my unit at 11 p.m. used to be just neighbors coming home. Now they were potential intruders, each muffled step marked and weighed. Voices drifting up from the parking lot used to blur into one background hum. Now, every laugh, every shout, every car door slam sounded like it might be the start of something. There was one night in particular. It was a little after 12:30 a.m., the kind of time where the building has gone mostly quiet, but the world outside is not entirely asleep yet. I was on the couch TV, on low, some forgettable show, flickering without earning my full attention. The only light in the living room came from the screen and the weak glow from the stove clock in the open-plan kitchen. My laptop was closed for once. My phone sat face down on the coffee table. The back of my unit faces the pond. There's a sliding glass door in the living room that opens onto a small concrete patio, then a short strip of grass, then the slope down to the fenced-off water. I keep the blinds closed most of the time, tilted, so the slats are shut, but a little light from the complex lamps seeps through in thin horizontal lines. I was halfway to dozing off when I heard it. A faint scraping sound from behind me. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. It was soft. Not the dramatic clawing you hear in movies, more like something hard and light being dragged gently across the surface. The sound had that dry, slightly gritty character of contact on stucco or glass, the kind of noise you would make if you ran the edge of a key slowly along a wall. The TV suddenly felt too loud, covering up the details. Without really thinking, I picked up the remote and hit mute. The silence that fell was almost physical. The TV image kept moving, laugh track playing silently. My ears strained against the quiet, trying to pull in every tiny sound. Scrape. This time, I was sure it was at the sliding door. Not on the floor, not in the wall on the other side of the glass. Low about knee height, where the frame meets the stucco. My heart kicked up a notch. I sat there motionless on the couch, my back no longer resting against the cushions. A part of me wanted to get up immediately, flip on all the lights, make noise. Another part, the older animal part, whispered, "Stay still. Stay quiet. Listen." I listened. The scraping continued for another few beats, irregular, but similarly spaced. Scrape, pause. Scrape, scrape, pause. Then it stopped. For a second, there was nothing. No scraping, no footsteps, no voices from outside. Just the soft electric hum of the TV's muted speaker and the faint whoosh of the HVAC vent breathing above the kitchen cabinets. Then something hissed. Low. Right on the other side of the glass. Not the sharp hiss of a radiator or a leak, but a drawn-out exhalation, like someone letting air out between their teeth. It had a wet edge to it, high and sibilant. Too deliberate to be pipes, too controlled to be wind. It lasted maybe a second, then cut off. My body reacted before my thoughts caught up. I stood up slowly, careful not to make the couch springs squeak, and padded toward the kitchen in my socks. The tile there gave me a better angle. If I stood just inside the kitchen doorway and leaned a little, I could see the sliding door down the length of the living room, without giving whoever might be outside a clean view of my face in the glass. Years of horror movies had taught me at least that much. The blinds were still down, the slats still tilted shut. The only thing visible in the glass beyond them was the faint reflection of my own living room sofa silhouette, the pale rectangle of the TV screen, a ghostly outline of me at the edge of it all. No shadow loomed on the other side. No shape broke the vertical rhythm of the blinds. I felt my pulse in the sides of my neck a drum too fast. I stayed there for what felt like a full minute, listening so hard my ears hurt. Nothing else came. No more scraping. No more hissing. The night outside resumed whatever it had been doing before, if it had ever paused at all. Just as I let myself start to breathe normally again, the refrigerator motor kicked on. The sudden buzz and rattle from behind me made me jerk hard enough to knock my shoulder into the doorframe. I swallowed a curse and laughed a short, humorless puff. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself, even though my hands were still shaking a little. I did not open the door that night. I did not even pull the blinds aside to peek. I backed away from the glass, like it might decide to vanish if I got too close, leaving me face to face with whatever was on the other side. I turned the TV sound back on, more for company than for content, and sat up until my eyes burned and my back ached, fighting the urge to check my phone's clock every 3 minutes. Eventually, exhaustion beat adrenaline, and I went to bed with all the lights off, except the hallway one left on like a kid's nightlight. The next morning, with sunlight making the sliding door look harmless and ordinary, I almost convinced myself I had overreacted. Dreams bleed into late-night half-awake states all the time. Old pipes make weird noises. Animals exist. Raccoons, strays, whatever. The brain loves to take any unfamiliar sound and wrap it in horror packaging. I told myself all of that as I made coffee, as I buttered toast, as I answered a work email. The rational voice in my head sounded tired, but insistent. Around 10 between calls, I slid the lock on the glass door and stepped outside. The air was cool, carrying the muddy smell from the pond. My little concrete patio looked the same: plastic chair, empty planter, a stray leaf caught in the corner. The stucco wall beside the door, however, did not. About a foot off the ground, just to the right of the frame, there was a streak of black spray paint. One line, diagonal. Not long, maybe 8 inches from end to end. The paint was fresh enough that it still had a slight sheen in the daylight. At the lower tip of the line, a A single drip had formed and hardened, leaving a teardrop shape pointing down. It was nothing technically, a random mark, an aborted tag, a bored hand starting something and stopping. But the angle of it, the placement. If you extended the line in your head and imagined where other lines might go around it, a circle began to suggest itself. A larger shape half-born. Someone at some point during the night had stood close enough to my back door to touch the wall. They had started to draw something, and then for whatever reason, they had changed their mind. 6.3. Connecting the school to the suburbs. After the streak of paint by my back door, my brain stopped pretending it was going to let this go. I did what any idiot raised on the internet does when confronted with something that feels too big and too weird. I opened my laptop and went back to the well. Back to the forums, the threads, the people who think that sneaking into dead buildings at 2 a.m. is a personality type. I typed the school's name again, half the real one, half the nickname Urbex kids used, and hit search. The same old thread popped up, the one about not going alone, the photo of the gate, the argument in the comments. But there were others I had not noticed before. Half buried, bumped once, years back, and then abandoned. Little posts with titles like "Anyone else? See weird stuff at that middle school and animals behind Northfield." The details blurred together. Voices talking about rituals in the basement, kids in black hoodies carrying candles. Animal remains found in the lot behind the building. Cats, dogs, raccoons. Bones left in strange configurations that someone's uncle swore were not normal. You could never tell where the truth ended and neighborhood gossip began. But a theme kept surfacing: people who never really left. The phrase popped up again and again in different mouths. Felt like something there never really left. My cousin says the people messing with that place never really left. They just changed where they hang out. I tried searching for arrests, cult busts, anything tangible. Local news archives, police blotter summaries, even conspiracy blogs scraping Facebook posts. Nothing solid. The school showed up in articles about trespassing and unsafe structures, in op-eds about renovating abandoned buildings. Never in the context my stomach was braced for. No satanic group apprehended. No names, no faces, just vandals and unauthorized individuals. I told myself that meant there was nothing there to find. That if there had been a real cult or gang, someone would have put handcuffs on someone by now. Then I remembered how clean that chain had looked across the stairwell door, how practiced the voice at the gate had sounded, and the reassurance slipped like soap. Once you start looking for a shape, you see it everywhere. On my commute, there is an underpass where the highway crosses over a smaller road. The concrete pillars are always tagged, names, cartoon faces, random slogans. One morning, inching through traffic, my eyes fell on one spot where the paint looked darker, newer. A circle, sloppy but recognizable, with intersecting lines inside. Not exactly the same symbol, but a relative. Same family. My chest tightened before I could tell it to relax. A week later, I took my trash out behind a 7-Eleven near work, and the back wall of the dumpster enclosure had a similar design sprayed across it. Not big, maybe 3 feet across, but enough. Circle. Star. A couple extra lines added like flourishes that did nothing to disguise the basic idea. Logically, I knew pentagrams are not rare. Every high school parking lot has at least one somewhere. Every band kid with a marker and an attitude has doodled one on a notebook. They cling to certain kinds of kids because adults hate them and because they are easy to draw from memory. The fact that I was seeing them more could just mean I was paying attention more. it did not feel that simple. Sometimes it was exact 5 lines intersecting in just the same awkward way as the one on the whiteboard, the circle slightly off-center. Sometimes it was almost right, like whoever had painted it did not care about geometry so much as the vibe. Each time, the same cold little thrill went through me, like my body had remembered something before my brain did. That sentence from the forum thread kept popping back up in my head. You never left. At first, I had read it as an insult, a dig from someone who thought the OP was still mentally stuck in their own story. Lately, it had been sounding different, more literal, less about nostalgia, and more about attachment. What if leaving the building physically had not been the end of it? What if somewhere between the basement and the gate and that 3rd floor slit of candlelight, we had become part of something's map? That is the version my brain played with in the dark. Not demons, not ghosts, nothing with horns, just attention, focus. Something or someone that had noticed us, followed the lines we carved between places, and decided there was no clear border between inside and outside. The noises in my townhouse at night took on their own rhythm. The fridge hum would cycle on run, then click off, leaving a hollow silence behind. The HVAC would exhale cool air in a low sigh, then rest. Pipes would tick faintly as hot water moved through them or metal cooled. The upstairs neighbor's footsteps would cross above my ceiling in steady patterns, bedroom to bathroom, bathroom to kitchen. On bad nights, it all blended into one long looping soundscape of that school. The fridge was the building's distant mechanical groan. The pipes were the knock of something on tile. The neighbor's steps, no matter how I tried to tell myself otherwise, were the same heavy measured impacts above us on the 2nd floor, pausing right when we paused. I thought about reaching out to the others more often than I actually did. I drafted messages to Marcus and deleted them before sending. Hey, you ever think about that school felt too big? You notice any weird graffiti around your spots lately felt too small? Same with Dylan. He had a new life now in a different zip code, with co-workers and bars and problems that did not include boarded up middle schools. Rizzo had drifted so far into his own orbit that the idea of dropping a symbol-shaped grenade into his DMs felt cruel. Still, the itch did not go away. One night, after an HOA email about increased patrols and a police cruiser doing a slow loop around the pond, I sat on my couch with my phone in my hand and the blinds firmly closed. The TV was on mute again. The stove clock read 11:52 p.m. The building was mostly quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your own breathing sound too loud. I opened my messages with Marcus. Our last conversation was months old. A meme. A joke about someone's terrible attempt at a throw-up on a highway overpass. His reply had been a laughing emoji, and kids got no respect for letters anymore. I tapped the text box and typed, "You ever see that symbol anywhere else?" I stared at it for a while. It looked dumber on the screen than it had in my head. Too vague, too loaded. But I could not think of any way to make it better without also making it worse. I hit send before I could talk myself out of it. The delivered tag popped up right away. A few seconds later, it changed to read. His little profile picture, just a close-up of one of his pieces, sat there untouched. I waited. A minute passed, then 5, then 10. I watched the top bar of the conversation, like it might change on its own, like typing. Might appear, if I stared directly at it hard enough. Nothing did. The chat stayed still, my question hanging there like a bad smell. Eventually, I locked my phone and set it face down on the table, the same way I had with the news link about the injured explorer. The fridge hummed. Somewhere outside a car with a loud muffler passed by its engine noise, rising and falling. The next day, at lunch between a spreadsheet and a meeting invite, I caved and checked his profile. Marcus had never been a heavy social media user, but he posted enough flicks of new pieces, shots of legal walls, the occasional selfie at an opening. His grid now looked frozen. No new posts in months. The most recent one sat at the top, time-stamped from late spring. It was a photo of a boarded-up door. You could not see the whole building, just the lower section. A metal frame, a slab of plywood, where glass should have been the edges darkened by weather and age. Spray paint covered most of the wood tags, scribbles layers on layers. In the center, standing out, even in the chaos, was a familiar black symbol. Circle. Lines. The geometry was cleaner this time, more intentional, like whoever had painted it knew exactly what they were doing and had done it more than once. In the bottom corner of the frame, I recognized the edge of his own tag, half finished, like he had started to write his name and then stopped. The caption underneath was short. Some places never forget you. No hashtags, no location tag, no follow-up posts. The comment section was the usual mixed fist bump emojis, fire someone asking what brand of paint he used. No one mentioned the symbol. No one asked where the door was. Maybe they did not see it. Maybe they saw only letters and color and clout. I sat there in the break room with my phone in my hand, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, the office fridge humming behind me, and felt something cold settle in the space between my ribs. Maybe the school was 3 towns over and technically out of my life, but the sidewalk between there and here suddenly felt a lot shorter. 7.1. The night of the email and the decision to write. So this is where all of it loops back to the beginning. Same table, same chair, same bland little townhouse unit with eggshell walls and builder-grade fixtures. The kitchen light above me hums faintly. The fridge kicks on every few minutes in the background, adding a low, steady vibration to the room. Outside, somewhere along the loop road, a car moves slowly enough that I can hear the crunch of gravel when it hits the corner. On the laptop screen in front of me, a handful of tabs sit open work email, the Urbex forum, a half-read article I am pretending to care about. In the corner of the window, minimized but still visible, is the thing I have been ignoring since it popped up. Community safety, camera alert, subject line, unidentified individuals. North Lot, 11:39 p.m. That was the notification I saw a while ago in what I am still pretending is the present for the purposes of this story. I flagged it. I told myself I would open it in a minute after I finished what I was doing. Instead, I did everything except that. I wrote all of this down. Maybe that sounds stupid. Avoidance dressed up as confession, but stalling and explaining are neighbors. Rewinding the tape, dragging you and myself back through the school, and the bag, and the gate, and the retention pond has been my way of not clicking one very simple, very small thing. The email is still there, waiting. The apartment feels too quiet now, like the building itself is leaning in. I move the cursor over the subject line and double-click. The email opens in a new window. The HOA's familiar formatting filling the screen. Logo at the top. Generic greeting, a block of text in the same calm, bland voice they use for trash day reminders and parking policy updates. Dear residents, this message is to inform you that at approximately 11:39 p.m. this evening, Our security cameras recorded 3 unidentified individuals in the north parking lot area. The individuals appeared to be loitering near the rear wall of Building 5 for several minutes before leaving the property on foot. Out of an abundance of caution, we are sharing a still image from our camera system for your awareness. If you recognize any of the individuals in the attached image or observed any suspicious activity in the area around this time, please contact the management office or the local police non-emergency number. Thank you for your continued cooperation in keeping our community safe. There is the image embedded below the text, labeled with a string of letters and numbers, camera ID timestamp. My throat is dry. I swallow and click the picture to expand it. The angle this time is from the pole at the edge of the north lot, the one near the entrance where the mailboxes sit. The camera is pointed back toward my building, catching a strip of pavement, a row of parked cars, and the rear wall of the ground floor units. The color is washed out, that weird hybrid between full color and infrared these cheap systems use at night. Everything looks slightly greenish and flat. Still, the important parts come through. 3 figures stand in the grainy cone of light. They are positioned a few feet back from the wall, almost exactly between 2 ground floor windows, mine and my neighbor's. All 3 have their hoods up, shadows draped over their faces. The one on the left stands with arms at their sides. The one on the right has one hand raised in motion, like they were just pulling their hood tighter or lowering their arm after doing something to the wall. The middle figure is turned slightly more toward the camera body, angled so you can see more of the front than the others. The face is still indistinct, blurred by distance and resolution, but there is enough detail to see the pale oval of skin where the hood falls open. The grain of the image makes the features swim. No eyes, nose, or mouth you could pick out in court, but the posture reads as casual. Not skulking, not fleeing, just there. Behind them on the stucco is the symbol. Not a warped doodle version, not half finished. Full, clean. A black circle, nearly perfect, maybe 4 or 5 feet in diameter. Inside it, 5 lines cross to form a star. The geometry is unnervingly familiar, the way the points hit the edge of the circle at just the same off-kilter angles I've seen in my head for years. This is not someone approximating it from memory. This is someone who has practiced. Even in the fuzzy footage, I can see that the paint is thick. The lines are solid, no breaks, no weak spots. At the bottom curve of the circle, a few narrow streaks run downward, catching the parking lot light at the edges. Fresh, like the first one on the townhouse wall, like the whiteboard in that 3rd floor classroom. I zoom in until the frame is almost entirely wall and symbol and hooded shoulders. The image pixelates, but the basic shapes do not disappear. They just get rougher. The room around me compresses. For a moment, the only sounds I am aware of are internal. The pounding of my heart, the rush of blood in my ears, and the faint, overworked whir of the laptop fan. Even the fridge seems to hold its breath. The outside world, which is usually a steady background of passing engines and distant bass, feels like somebody turned the volume knob down to 0. In the bottom corner of the image, overlaid in white text, is the timestamp. 2025, 12/02, 23, 39, 14, 11, 39 p.m. I glance at the bottom right corner of my screen where the system clock sits. 11:52 p.m. The people in this image were in my parking lot, painting that symbol on my wall less than 20 minutes ago. While I was sitting at this table, in this chair, telling you about a building that no longer legally exists, they were maybe 10 yards away. 20 if they hugged the edge of the lot. a handful of cheap windows and drywall between us. Somewhere outside, a car door slams. The sound makes me jump harder than I want to admit. An engine turns over, coughs, then settles into a rumble as someone pulls away. The noise grows, recedes, merges back into the collective hush of the main road. My hand hovers over the trackpad. The urge to do something practical, something normal, nags at me. Call the cops, that part says. That is what you are supposed to do when hooded strangers paint occult symbols on your building. You forward the email, you say, I think these guys vandalized my place. I felt unsafe. And I could. I probably should. The problem is, I know instinctively what happens next. They take a report. Maybe a cruiser does a few extra loops. Maybe someone on night shift scrolls through the camera logs with one eye open. Nothing changes. I cannot call and say what I am actually thinking. Hi, yeah. I believe the people who chased me through an abandoned school 10 years ago have followed me to my HOA's parking lot, and I think they're still mad about a bag of spray paint and a joke I never understood. I cannot explain the hiss at the back door, or the black line on the stucco, or the comment on a forum that will get laughed off as internet nonsense. I cannot show them the way my flashlight went dark in a stairwell and came back to life in my kitchen. None of that is evidence. It is just texture that lives inside my head. What I can do, apparently, is keep writing. That is the thought that settles in as my eyes move from the image back to the blank space of the document. I did not start this as some grand plan. It was just supposed to be an email to a horror channel, an outlet, a way to finally put the sequence of events somewhere outside my skull, so that if something weird happened, I would not be the only one who knew the order of things. I move the cursor back to the image one more time, zoom in again, this time to the edge of the frame where a car is partially in view. It is a dark hatchback, parked crooked in its space rear bumper, just inside the painted line. The camera catches the back window, at an angle the glass reflecting a funhouse version of the scene behind it. The symbol, the wall, the blurred shapes of the three figures, all of it bent and warped into a curved smear. I drag the selection box over the reflection and zoom further. The pixels break down faster here, the software straining to invent detail where there is none. Blocks of gray and black and white struggle to resolve into anything coherent. For a second, I see nothing but static. Then my brain does what it always does. It imposes a pattern. In the warped reflection, the middle figure's hood seems less like a shadow and more like a face tilted upward. Where the camera's direct view washes out the features, the bend of the glass darkens them, creating the illusion of depth. Two darker smudges where eyes would be, a slight pale slash where a mouth might catch the light. The angle is wrong for them to be looking at the camera. They should be looking at the wall. In the reflection, it looks like they are looking past it, past the symbol, up, toward the source of the camera, toward the units above, toward my window. I blink and the illusion flickers. The pixels rearrange themselves back into anonymous noise. It could be anything. It could be nothing. I know that. I know that. My palms are sweating. The laptop fan hums harder for a second, then settles. Somewhere in one of the units next door, a TV laughs. Somewhere above, footsteps cross a room. For a moment, every sound folds back into that one hallway that one night. Our footsteps. Their footsteps. The voice at the gate telling us what he should have done the first time. You never left, the comment said. Sitting here hunched over this glowing screen, with that symbol freshly painted on my own wall, I am starting to understand what that might actually mean. 7.2. The sounds of a building. Breathing, and a townhouse holding its breath. At some point, staring at that grainy image stopped being something I could do sitting down. My legs felt wrong. Too tight, too restless. The air in the kitchen had gone stale around me. I pushed my chair back slowly, the front legs scraping just enough on the laminate to make a sound that felt offensively loud in the quiet. Standing up, I became aware of every noise my body made. The faint crackle in my knees, the rustle of my shirt when I moved my arms, the soft thud of my heel hitting the floor. Each one landed in my ears like a gunshot. I told myself I was just going to look. Not go outside, not do anything stupid. Just make sure the world still existed beyond the edges of a security camera still. I left the laptop open on the table. The photo of the 3 hooded figures stayed frozen there, the symbol on the wall, like a hole punched in the image. The overhead kitchen light felt too exposed all of a sudden, like a spotlight begging anyone out there to glance up and see me moving around. I flipped it off, plunging the room into the softer, more uncertain light from the living room TV and the blue-green glow of the microwave clock. 12:01 a.m. in digital digits humming faintly above the stove. The townhouse shifted with the darkness. Corners that had been harmless a minute ago now collected shadow. The coat rack by the front door loomed in my peripheral vision, my own jacket hanging there hood-up shape slumped. For a heartbeat, my brain tried to tell me someone was standing inside the entryway, leaning against the wall watching me. I made myself look straight at it. Denim. My jacket. Hanger. Nothing else. Get a grip, I whispered, though even that sounded too loud. In the living room, the TV was still throwing off low, flickering light. A muted show played on laugh track, moving the mouths of people I did not know. The reflection of the screen jittered across the glass of the front window, turning the blinds into a set of moving bars. I picked up the remote and hit the power button. The screen snapped to black. The silence dug in deeper. Without that artificial glow, the room filled with reflections of itself, instead, my own shape in the window. The vague outline of the coffee table, the faint shimmer of the porch light leaking around the edges of the blinds. The front window faces the loop road and the parking spaces nearest my unit. From the couch, the angle is too direct. If I yanked the blinds up there, anyone standing out there would get a clear shot of my face framed like a portrait. I stopped a few feet back, close enough to see far enough that my silhouette would not be obvious. I slid 2 fingers between the slats and pulled them apart just a hair, creating a narrow vanishing point to look through. Outside the parking lot lay under the orange haze of the sodium vapor lamps. Cars sat in neat rows, colors flattened by the light. A lone lamppost buzzed softly, throwing off a halo that made the asphalt oily and slick-looking. The number painted on my space glowed a little too bright. No one walked between the cars. No hoods, no movement. A porch door, 2 buildings down, opened and shut. With a quick rectangle of light, someone stepping out to smoke or let a dog out. The normalcy of it scraped against the image in my head, like 2 pieces of sandpaper. From this angle, I could not see the wall where the symbol had been painted. It was just out of the line of sight, tucked around the corner of my building. The cameras saw more than I did from inside my own home. A car rolled slowly around the loop headlights, sweeping over the neighboring units, then passed out of my narrow slit of view. Somewhere behind me, The thermostat clicked softly as the AC cycled off. The sudden absence of that low white noise was almost disorienting. I let the blinds fall back into place, the slats whispering lightly against each other. The back of the townhouse felt worse. The sliding glass door to the patio had always been the part of the unit that made me vaguely uneasy at night. Too much glass, too much exposure. It faced the pond, the thin line of trees, the highway's glow. If someone wanted to get close without being seen by most of the other residents, that was the side they would pick. I moved toward it, with my hand trailing along the wall unconsciously, keeping my footsteps as light as I could. The only illumination on this side came from two sources: the dim under-cabinet light above the sink, which I had forgotten to turn off earlier, and the faint grayish wash coming through the closed vertical blinds from the security lights outside. I did not flip any more switches. The idea of putting my own silhouette on full display behind the blinds made my skin crawl. I stopped a few feet short of the door and just listened. At first, all I heard was the small domestic orchestra of the unit. The fridge still humming from its earlier cycle, a low, constant buzz. A faint tick from somewhere in the ceiling where metal was cooling. The almost imagined hiss of air moving through vents, even though the AC had just shut off. Outside, that there was the subtle insect noise, the tiny sporadic chirps and clicks from whatever lived in the grass and around the pond. Beyond that, like a steady distant tide, the highway exhaled cars passing in a smoothed-out roar, occasional tire thumps over that one bad expansion joint. No scraping, no hissing, no voices. I stayed there long enough that my calves started to complain, and my brain started to produce phantom sounds to fill the empty space. For a moment, I thought I heard a footstep on the patio, just one right outside the glass. But when I held my breath and strained, it resolved into nothing more than my heartbeat and the creak of my own weight shifting. It occurred to me, standing there in the dim, listening to my building breathe, that this might be what they did in that school. Not the kids who tagged the walls or busted out windows. The other ones. The ones sitting in circles of stones, painting symbols with careful hands, whispering lines about the first time. Maybe between visitors, they stood in their own dark halls and listened to the cracks and ticks of the place settling. Maybe they knew every pipe thump, every vent rattle. Maybe they could tell the difference between just the building and someone new, just stepped inside, the way a parent knows the difference between ordinary silence and wrong silence in a child's room. The thought burrowed under my skin and sat there. I left the blinds alone and backed away from the door. The kitchen felt safer in the way that places where you can put your back against a wall and see most of the room feel safer. The laptop screen glowed on the table like a small artificial hearth. The email was still open. The frozen figures still stood in that grainy light. The symbol still marked the wall behind them with cartoonish patience. On the counter near the sink sat my flashlight. It had become a kind of relic since the school moved with me from apartment to apartment, rarely used, always kept where I could grab it in a blackout. The same model, the same casing, the same weight I remembered from that night. The batteries inside were not the originals, but my brain refused to update that part of the story. I picked it up and carried it back to the table with me, the metal cool against my palm. When I sat down, I placed it to the right of the laptop, parallel with the edge of the table. Not pointed at anything, just there. A small, blunt object that had once failed me exactly when I needed it most, and now sat like a talisman anyway. A superstition with a power rating. For a minute, I just stared at the blinking cursor on the blank line below the last sentence I had typed. There was nothing useful I could do about the last decade of this. No one I could reasonably call who would understand why a dozen little events added up to a shape in my head that would not go away. I could forward the email to the cops, sure, to the HOA, to whoever. They would see vandalism and trespassing and deal with it as such. What they would not see are the lines connecting that symbol to a dead middle school, to a bag that moved by itself, to a voice behind a gate, to a streak of paint by my back door. The only thing I could do that felt remotely like control was this: finish the story. Get all of it down in one place, in the order it happened. Give it an outside existence so that if something does escalate, there is a record that says, I did not just imagine the hallway, the bones, the chuckle in the stairwell, the hiss at the door. I put my hands on the keyboard. The moment my fingers landed on the keys, something tapped. One sound, clean, precise. It came from behind the kitchen wall, not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the layered hum of the appliances. Exactly the sound a knuckle makes when it hits drywall once on purpose. Not knocking for entry, not trying to break anything, just marking. Tap. Then silence. The fridge kept humming. The laptop fan kept whirring. Somewhere in the building, someone's toilet tank refilled with a soft rush of water. I sat there, with my fingers hovering over the keys, staring at the paint on the wall, where I knew the sound had come from on the other side. I imagined the back-to-back geometry of this unit, and the next, some neighbor's kitchen mirroring mine. A cabinet, a shelf, a piece of furniture, or a hand. I did not say hello. I did not get up. I just started typing again. 7.3, the last line I will write before I go check. If this actually makes it onto some horror channel, I know exactly how it is going to sound. I know, because I have been that guy in the comments before. The one typing, no way, this happened exactly like that. Or come on, this reads like a creepypasta or cool story but fake. If I were hearing this instead of writing it, I would probably be scrolling to the comments right now, ready to argue about plot holes. Why did you go in the school at night? Why did you not call the cops right away? Why did you not move the second weird stuff started happening? Why did you not get better pictures? I get it. I really do. That is partly why I am writing this the way I am. Not as a clean 3-act horror story, not as a list of jump scares, but as a set of things that actually happened to me in the order they happened, with all the dull, stupid decisions left in. The boring parts, the gaps, the ways my mind tried to staple normal explanations over things that did not feel normal at all. So to whoever is reading this with your phone in your hand or your laptop on your chest, listening to some narrator's voice while you lie there in bed, I am not asking you to believe every piece. I am asking you to understand the shape they make when you stack them. Here is the shape that scares me. I do not think the people we ran into at that school were random squatters or high kids doing a dare. Not the ones in the classroom around the marbles. Not the one at the gate who knew exactly when to talk and exactly what to say. They moved like they were at home in that building. Like they knew every dead end, every chained door, every angle where a camera might have once been before they tore it down. Like the corridors were theirs. And I do not think they just liked chasing off trespassers for fun. I think they mark people. Maybe not with a knife. Maybe not with anything you could photograph. But psychologically, if nothing else, they let you see too much, hear too much. They put a shape in your head, a symbol, a sound, a phrase, and and then they let you walk out. They trust that you will carry it with you, like tracking mud out of a swamp onto clean carpet. I used to think the pentagram on that whiteboard was just edgy artwork, a prop, a stage backdrop for whatever they were doing. Now, after seeing it on my townhouse wall in my parking lot, on underpasses and dumpsters and doors, I am not so sure. Maybe it is not a symbol in the way we usually mean it. Maybe it is more like an invitation or a claim. Every time it appears closer to where I sleep, it feels less like random tagging and more like someone drawing circles on a map around a specific address, tightening them little by little. I have tried to rationalize all of this. I want to believe this is just my brain rewiring old fear with new noise. I have checked police reports and local news more times than I want to admit. I have searched for anything about cult activity, animal mutilations, disappearances tied to that school. I find scraps, rumors, half-remembered stories, a throwaway line about kids messing around with rituals, but nothing neat. Nothing that wraps back around and gives me a headline I can point to and say, there. That is what it was. That is who they were. No one ever got arrested for what happened the night we were there. As far as the public record is concerned, it was just another dead building with rotten floors and a trespassing problem. That article about the injured explorer might as well be the only thing that ever happened there. Reality loves loose threads. As I type this, I keep stopping whenever I hear some little noise from the bones of this townhouse. The fridge compressor kicks off with a quiet shudder, and the resulting silence feels like someone has just sucked all the air out of the room. A pipe in the wall ticks as it cools. Somewhere above, my neighbor crosses their bedroom, their footsteps muffled through drywall and carpet. A car slides by on the loop outside, tires humming over asphalt, then fading. Each time, my brain replays the old sounds instead. The footsteps above us in that school, too steady, too heavy, always pausing when we paused. The metallic tapping on railings, the hiss in the dark at my back door, the slap of sneakers on tile as we ran. I know the difference between a building settling and someone moving. I know it the way you know your own heartbeat from someone else's. And lately, it feels like this place does not always know it either. Here is the cold, unhelpful philosophy I have arrived at, sitting in this beige little unit with my laptop fan, humming, and my flashlight on the table like a paperweight. Some buildings die, and they stay dead. They get gutted, renovated, turned into condos or storage units, or they just collapse into empty lots. Whatever they were, leaks out into the dirt and gets diluted. Some do not. Some places develop habits. They attract the same kind of people over and over. Kids who want to scare themselves. People who need somewhere to do things they cannot do in daylight. Others who like the feeling of being where they should not be. The more those people come, the deeper the groove gets, like footsteps on a path. And some people like me, like Marcus, like Rizzo, like whoever is painting those symbols, now once they open certain doors, never really close them again. You walk down enough dark hallways, and some of them keep walking with you. You move to someplace safer and quieter, put down a welcome mat, learn your neighbors' names, and still, at 3 a.m, you cannot tell if the sound outside your door belongs to your current address or your past one. I still dream about that gate sometimes. In the dreams, I am standing in the hallway with the roll-down metal halfway across. The emergency lights cast everything in that weird, washed-out color. I can hear my friends breathing behind me. I know in the dream that if I raise my flashlight and look through the squares, there will be a face there. I know exactly what it will say. You shouldn't have come back. I should have cut you the first time. Sometimes I wake up in my bed in this townhouse with my heart pounding and my throat dry. And for a full 10 seconds, I cannot tell whether the walls around me are off-white drywall or scabbed over cinder block. Whether the hum I am hearing is my HVAC or the school's old ventilation system trying to choke itself back to life. I wish I could offer you something cleaner than that. A reveal, a name, an arrest record, a newspaper story about a busted cult where I could circle a mugshot and tell you that one. That was the voice behind the gate. Instead, I have a sequence of nights, a handful of sounds, a symbol that will not stop showing up where I live, and the sick feeling that whatever we met in that school did not care about the building at all. It cared about us. And maybe after we ran, after we dove through the fence and slammed the civic doors and swore never to go back, it did not see that as an ending. Maybe that was just the first time. The fridge kicks off again. The sudden quiet rings in my ears. The cursor on the screen blinks like a small patient heartbeat. As I am writing this paragraph, a new notification pings in the corner of my laptop screen. Not the HOA, not my job, not a store, not spam I recognize. Just an email from an address I have never seen before. No name attached to it, just a messy string of letters and numbers that looks auto-generated. The subject line reads in all caps, "First time, second time." For a moment I do not move. The little preview text under the subject line, the snippet you see before you open anything, slides into view by itself. It says 3 words, "You came back." I am looking at that right now as I type this. That is not dramatization for your benefit. That is literally what is on my screen. So here is the part that I want you, whoever you are, wherever you are listening to this, to actually remember, in case this turns into something that does not leave me enough time to explain later. If this is the last time I hit send on anything, I want this saved somewhere outside this townhouse. I am going to go see if the paint on that wall is still dripping,